Chapter 896. The two looked at each other coldly from afar. It seems that without external help, you are so weak that you can't even withstand a single blow. Zichen's body flashed with a golden light as his wounds healed. The previous battle had drained him greatly. He took out a high-grade yuan liquid and swallowed it. Hearing the words of the Flaming Man, he only snorted coldly. The Flaming Man was indeed very strong. He was the strongest enemy Zichen had encountered so far. Zichen even felt that the Flaming Man was no weaker than the Guardian of the Passage, Sophie. If the Flaming Man was in the mortal Yuan realm, Zichen would have accepted it. Unfortunately, the Flaming Man was only in the late core realm, the same realm as him. Seeing Zichen swallow the high-grade Yuan liquid to recover, the Flaming Man's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. Without becoming a spirit body, you will never be able to experience the boundless might of a spirit body. As for recovering Yuan energy, a spirit body's will is enough. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding Yuan energy swirled and rushed towards the Flaming Man. The violent energy was refined as soon as it entered the Flaming Man's body. The Flaming Man was recovering at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, his Yuan energy was restored. The killing intent in the Flaming Man's eyes intensified. He said to Zichen in an extremely cold voice, "Now, I will show you my strongest battle strength." The Flaming Man's hands began to form seals. A fiery red light flowed between his fingers. The Yuan energy in the surroundings suddenly became violent and formed an energy storm. With the Flaming Man as the center, the energy storm began to spin. As it spun, the Yuan energy in the surroundings madly rushed towards the storm. The energy contained in the storm was extremely terrifying. Zichen's expression became more and more solemn. At this moment, he was thinking about what kind of powerful means he had. He had several Xiantian realm techniques. If he cultivated them to the peak, he would definitely be able to kill the Flaming Man. Unfortunately, he had only just comprehended them and had not made much progress. Not to mention killing the Flaming Man, he couldn't even protect himself in front of it. The energy storm in front of him grew to a size of several thousand meters. The Yuan energy in the surroundings madly converged towards it. When the energy storm reached a limit, it began to shrink under the control of the Flaming Man's spiritual sense. The firestorm was getting smaller and smaller, but the aura it contained was getting more and more terrifying. When it was compressed to 1 meter, the aura it contained caused everyone's expression to change. However, this wasn't the end. As the fiery person's hand formed seals, the firestorm began to change, turning into a 1 meter wide flaming square seal. At this moment, there were all kinds of runes flashing on the square seal, and the terrifying aura had reached its peak. Zichen sensed a dangerous aura from the flaming square seal. This was a feeling that only appeared when one's life was in danger. His expression instantly changed. Clearly, this attack from the flaming figure had the strength to kill Zichen. At the back, Wang Xian'er and the rest were also shocked when they saw the flaming square seal. This square seal had the power to kill Zichen. Everyone was anxious and wanted to rush forward. A ray of light flashed. It was Huoming, who had stopped the crowd. He chuckled and said disdainfully, "It seems that life and death are about to be decided. A Xiantian martial artist is still a Xiantian martial artist. Even if he is a little unconventional, he can't be compared to a spirit body." Lin Shui anxiously begged the old man beside her, "Senior, please save Zichen." The old man shook his head and said seriously, "Zichen is definitely not an ordinary Xiantian martial artist. He has 2 types of Xiantian essence force and several Xiantian techniques. He is not weaker than the flaming figure." Lin Shui said anxiously, "But he has not comprehended those Xiantian techniques." The old man said, "If he hasn't, then it's because his skills are not as good as the flaming figure. If that's the case, he deserves to die. After all, this world is cruel." Just as they were talking, the flaming square seal in front of the flaming figure flew towards Zichen. Zichen's pupils shrank, and he dodged with extreme speed like a silver lightning bolt. The flaming square seal was too powerful, and Zichen had to avoid it. When Huoming and the rest saw Zichen dodging, they laughed disdainfully again. The old man also shook his head and said, Blindly dodging won't solve the problem. Indeed, as he dodged, the flaming square seal's power grew stronger and faster. In the end, Zichen had nowhere to run. Blindly dodging just now had caused him to lose the opportunity to attack. Boom! The flaming square exploded in front of Zichen, and a terrifying surge of energy swept across. Zichen was instantly blasted away by the energy. The defense around his body was broken by the energy, and the wounds that had just healed opened up again. This time, there were more wounds, and they were deeper. He looked extremely miserable. Zichen fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. With a loud bang, a cloud of dust flew up. Gasps could be heard from the surroundings, and the anxious and concerned voices of Wang Xian and the rest could be heard. Zichen stood up and looked up. His body was covered in a mixture of dust and blood. His face was extremely dirty, and his clothes were torn in many places. He looked extremely miserable. At this moment, Zichen felt as if he had been knocked off his pedestal. Ever since he obtained the Thunder Yuan, Zichen had never been defeated by anyone of the same level. Moreover, his battle history had always been against those of a higher level. He had killed geniuses, demons, Hutian, and Xiantian warriors. These kinds of killings were all against those of a higher level. He was known as the strongest among those of the same level. However, today, Zichen was defeated by the flaming figure, and the flaming figure's strength was comparable to Zichen's. The sounds from the surroundings made Zichen feel a little dazed, and he also felt that the sounds were extremely harsh. The flaming figure looked down at Zichen from the sky and said coldly, "You have lost, but I will not let you go. Because losers only have one path to walk, and that is death. We have already lost. Why do you still want to kill us?" Lin Shui's voice sounded. The flaming figure sneered, "Because he deserves to die. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I am willing to do it." The flaming figure was stronger than Zichen, so he was willing to do it. Therefore, he wanted to kill Zichen, just like how Zichen had killed others along the way, such as Huasai and Tu Luo. They were no match for Zichen, but they were killed by Zichen because Zichen was willing to do it. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. As for whether the loser would live or die, it was up to the winner. "Damned thing, I will fight you," Tyrant shouted. The demonic ape raised the black stick in its hand again. The three strange beasts, Longhu, barbaric dragon, and flying divine tiger, were also surging with powerful auras. However, before they could rush forward, they were stopped by someone. The ones who stopped Zichen were not Huaming and the others, but two old men from the ancient race. One of them, who was familiar with Zichen, said, "This battle can only be settled by Zichen. Zichen is no match for him. If this continues, he will die." Wang Xian cried out involuntarily. "If he can't win, he will die." This is the world of cultivators. The crowd didn't try to suppress their words, so Zichen heard them all. Today's defeat made him feel a bit absent-minded, a bit hesitant. It was as if at this moment, he had been knocked off his pedestal, lost his direction, lost his goal. "Zichen, we believe in you." Su Mengyao's voice resounded between heaven and earth. It was like some kind of law that reverberated in Zichen's sea of consciousness, reverberating between heaven and earth. Her voice was filled with determination and trust. It was as if she had enlightened him, causing Zichen's body to tremble. Zichen felt that he was wrong. What pedestal? What strongest in the same realm? These were all fabricated by his own arrogance. In the eyes of others, Zichen was Zichen. The pedestal was also a joke. Zichen felt that he was thinking too much. In fact, he was a cultivator. Along the way, he had experienced countless battles. If he didn't kill his enemies, he would be killed. However, he was still alive. His enemies died because he was strong. Combat strength was everything. As for the others, they were all false names. At this moment, in the face of a life-and-death crisis, he should be thinking about how to deal with his enemies and not worry about the pedestal. Zichen stood up again. The flames of battle reignited in his eyes. He raised his head and said to the flaming man, "I lost." The flaming man laughed proudly in the air. It's useless to admit defeat because I won't let you go. There is only one outcome for losing, and that is death. Zichen raised his head and said calmly, yes, there is only death for losing. In the previous battle, you have proven to me the strength of the spirit body. However, the real battle of life and death has just begun. Just begun, haha. The flaming man laughed unscrupulously. I say, Zichen, are you stupid? Do you think that you are a match for me now? I admit that I am not a match for you in a pure battle. However, a battle of life and death is not a battle of life and death. Zichen's figure rose into the air again. Although he was in a sorry state, an extremely powerful aura surged around him. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The flaming man shouted. Then, he attacked Zichen again. It was the same attack as before, but this time, it was even more terrifying. The flaming man's face was full of ridicule. After the attack, he laughed loudly. Dodge, you can continue to dodge. Zichen looked at the incoming attack calmly and said calmly, from now on, I, Zichen, will not dodge in a battle of the same level. His voice was low, but it was like an oath that echoed between heaven and earth. At that moment, many people's minds were shaken, and they seemed to have understood something. However, more people sneered when they heard it. Shameless boasting. The flaming man was one of the people who sneered. Zichen indeed did not dodge. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. Then, he mobilized the level 8 strength in his body and evolved the innate strength technique. He punched forward. This was a powerful and terrifying punch. It carried Zichen's determination and confidence as it hit the flaming square seal. The two collided, and a violent explosion sounded in the air. The fist light was instantly shattered by the flaming square seal. At the same time, the flaming square seal broke apart and turned into a firestorm that swept towards Zichen. Zichen's body was instantly engulfed by the firestorm. The destructive power within it was raging on Zichen. After 2 breaths, Zichen turned into a golden light and rushed out of the firestorm. However, as soon as he rushed out, his body became unstable and he fell from the sky again. Zichen fell to the ground again, and this time, he was even more embarrassed than the last time. The flaming man's disdainful laughter came from the sky again. Today, I want to tell you that confidence and strength are not the same. If you dare to fight with confidence without strength, you are courting death. Zichen stood up from the ground. His body was covered in dust and he looked very embarrassed. However, his eyes were as bright as Xingchen's. He did not take any elixirs to heal his injuries. Instead, he rushed directly towards the flaming man. The flaming man gave him too much pressure, and he did not want to leave himself a way out. As Zichen said before, he would not dodge in the face of the same level. Chapter 897. Since you are courting death, I shall grant you your wish. The flaming man was extremely displeased that Zichen dared to take the initiative to attack even though he was severely injured. With a roar, the seal of fire appeared again and pressed down on Zichen. Boom! In the midst of the energy vibration, Zichen was pushed back as expected. After he was pushed back, he was knocked down again and landed heavily on the ground. At this moment, Zichen attacked again and was knocked down again and again. He had lost all his dignity, and his pathetic look made many people laugh. Zichen was now like a clown, and only a few people felt heartache for Zichen. After Zichen fell, he did not care about the injuries on his body. He climbed up from the ground and continued to attack the flaming man in the air. His injuries were getting worse, but he was like a cockroach that could not be killed. He fell down again and again, but he climbed up again and again to continue the fight. Wang Xian'er and the rest were crying. They had known Zichen for so long, but they had never seen Zichen in such a pathetic state. Even when Zichen was in a life-or-death situation, he had never been in such a pathetic state. The demon ape's eyes were red, and it was on the verge of going crazy. If it was not for the elder from the ancient tribe, he, Tyrant, and the rest would have beaten the flaming man to death. Zichen's injuries were getting worse. They shouted for Zichen to swallow the supreme elixir, and tears kept falling from their eyes. Tyrant and the rest were also shouting for Zichen to save his life first. However, Zichen was like a child who was angry with the adults. He would not do anything that others asked him to do. Zichen did not swallow the supreme elixir. He did not care about his injuries that were getting worse. He attacked the flaming man again and again, and was knocked back again and again. Golden blood drifted between heaven and earth, almost turning into a bloody rain. In the midst of the bloody rain, Zichen was in a pathetic and lonely state. He attacked the flaming man again and again. In addition to the rain of blood, there was also the complacent, hideous laughter of the flaming man. He laughed wantonly and carefreely while controlling the mark of fire to beat Zichen to the ground. He had finally vented his anger. He had vented all the anger he had suffered in the ancient world. He was proud and happy. Huoming and the other four were also immensely pleased with themselves. Their gazes were constantly on the two ancient race elders. Looking at Zichen's repeated attacks, the two old men's expressions didn't change. Ha ha, scram. The flaming man laughed heartily as he knocked down Zichen. He had already forgotten how many times he had knocked down Zichen. In any case, he had beaten Zichen to the brink of death. His life was in danger, and he could die at any time. However, Zichen was not discouraged, nor did he despair. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. He had been in this state of certain death for a long time, as if he could die at any time, but he had not yet died. Looking at Zichen's miserable state, Li Xiong, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "A person with the purest perfect body won't die so easily." Li Xiong's words were firm. His eyes flashed with a resplendent and intimidating light. After Li Xiong finished speaking, the two ancient race elders' expressions changed slightly. Both of them had gratified looks on their faces. While Huoming and the other four were pleased with themselves, their faces were also filled with ridicule. The face they had previously lost was regained when Zichen was beaten up miserably. Not only had they regained their face, but they had also embarrassed the ancient race. Didn't they say that spirit bodies weren't invincible? At this moment, the spirit body was truly displaying an invincible majesty. Peng! Zichen was knocked down once again. This time, Zichen, who was knocked down, didn't stand up after a long time. Furthermore, his body was already soaked in blood. "Get up, Zichen! Get up!" Above him, the burning man shouted without any fear. Zichen's injuries were already life-threatening, but he didn't care. He moved his fingers and used his blood-stained hand to support his body before slowly getting up. Zichen was already extremely weak, but his eyes were becoming increasingly resplendent. They were as resplendent as Xingchen's, causing the world to lose its color. Zichen's body swayed as if he could die at any moment. However, his eyes were bright and his mind wasn't dispirited. It was as if only his body was injured and not his soul. Zichen's mental state displeased the burning man. He looked down at Zichen and shouted again, "Come up, come on. Come again. Today, I'm going to beat you up like a dog." Zichen's body swayed. Then, he tapped his foot and once again used the momentum to climb up. At this moment, many people were already cursing Zichen in their hearts for being an idiot. He knew that he was going to die, but he didn't care. He continued to climb up in a straight line. This time, the burning man didn't use the mark of fire. Instead, he used his foot. He stepped on Zichen's face and directly stomped Zichen to the ground. A bloody footprint instantly appeared on Zichen's face. Looking at his masterpiece below, the burning man's laughter echoed for more than 10 miles. However, before the burning man's laughter faded, Zichen rushed up again. The burning man was happy again. "Come on, let me step on you properly. I'll enjoy the pleasure of stepping on people." Just like this, Zichen rushed forward 3 times and was trampled down 3 times. The surrounding people who were watching had unknowingly put away the smiles on their faces. They looked at Zichen with dignified eyes. They didn't know when Zichen's figure was reflected in their hearts, touching the weakest part of their hearts. Zichen fell down again. This time, he didn't receive ridicule, but more encouragement. Due to the power of the 5 elements, no one dared to encourage him verbally. However, they were all cheering for Zichen in their hearts. "Get up! Get up! Get up!" This was what everyone was thinking. Although they knew that Zichen would still be trampled after he got up, they still hoped that Zichen would get up. They didn't want Zichen to fall down. Zichen didn't disappoint them. He rushed up again and again and was beaten up again and again. However, although Zichen was physically and mentally injured, his eyes were still bright. He stood up again. His bright eyes fell on the burning man. For the first time, he spoke, "Just a little bit more." When the burning man heard this, he sneered, "Just a little bit more and you'll die. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish." Just as Zichen was about to stand up again, the flaming man unleashed a powerful attack at Zichen. Under this attack, all the bones in Zichen's body were shattered. Cracking sounds rang out unceasingly. An extremely powerful force surged into Zichen's body. This force was destroying Zichen's life force. "This time, you'll definitely die." Looking at Zichen, who fell down again, the burning man laughed sinisterly and confidently. Zichen was indeed on the verge of death. His body had almost completely collapsed and was full of wounds. Although his spirit was still full, once his body couldn't hold on, his spirit would be instantly obliterated. At this moment, Zichen's injuries were so serious that even the precious pill couldn't save him. Just as everyone lost confidence in Zichen, Li Xiong and the two old men stared at Zichen. Their expressions were excited and expectant. It was as if they wanted to verify a miracle from Zichen's body. The energy wreaked havoc in his body. The light around Zichen's body dimmed, and his flame of life was about to be extinguished. Just as everyone thought that Zichen was about to die, a golden light appeared on his body without any warning. This golden light was emitted from Zichen's body. It came from the inside and out, as if it had always been hidden in his body. When this golden light came out of his body, it became abnormally dazzling. It was like a golden flame that burned fiercely. The miserable Zichen was instantly swallowed by the golden flame. The golden flame was terrifying and surging, but there was an unimaginable vitality in it. Such a phenomenon caused everyone to cry out in alarm. Li Xiong couldn't help but shout, "Sure enough, it's really like this. A pure perfect body, comparable to an immortal body. When the injuries reach a limit, it will be reborn from the ashes." Li Xiong lost his self-control and shouted. The two old men's eyes were also filled with excitement. In the distance, everyone was stunned by this scene. Zichen, who was bound to die, actually reignited the flame of life. Moreover, this flame of life was so blazing. Lin Shui and the others cried tears of joy and then cheered. The faces of Hu Ming and the others turned ugly. This change was really unexpected. The burning man was the closest to Zichen. He sensed an extremely terrifying aura from the golden flame. This aura might be a surging life force to Zichen, but to others, it might be the most terrifying destructive force. As a spiritual body, the burning man's perception was very strong. His perception told him that this was the best opportunity to kill Zichen. However, his perception also told him that if he attacked now, the one who would die would definitely be the burning man. This contradictory perception made the burning man unable to do anything to Zichen. During this time, he launched a few powerful attacks from afar. However, these attacks automatically dissipated when they met the golden flame. In the golden flame, Zichen was reborn from the ashes. And in this process, Zichen's perfect body was also undergoing a transformation. Seeing all these changes, Zichen's face was clearly filled with shock. The perfect body could be reborn from the ashes. This was something that Zichen had never expected. What he said before was that his spiritual sense was still a little bit away from transforming. When Zichen broke through to the early stage of the primal core realm, his spiritual sense had already reached the late stage of the primal core realm. However, when he reached the late stage of the primal core realm, his spiritual sense was still at the late stage of the primal core realm. And today, when Zichen was suppressed by the burning man, his sudden enlightenment caused his spiritual sense to fluctuate and show signs of transforming. He had been persevering all this time, waiting for his spiritual sense to transform and not his perfect body to be reborn from the ashes. It could be said that the perfect body's rebirth was a complete accident. Zichen's vitality instantly became rich. The injuries all over his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only did the golden flame heal Zichen's injured body, but it also changed Zichen's physique. This was a transformation that was similar to being reborn. It made Zichen feel as if his body had transformed into a spiritual body. At the same time, in the golden flame, Zichen's golden spiritual sense transformed again. This transformation was also a qualitative one. However, it still did not break through to the late stage of the primal core realm. However, compared to before, Zichen's spiritual sense was several times stronger. With such a strong spiritual sense, it was enough for Zichen to control the Xiantian origin energy in his body at will. When the golden flame around Zichen dissipated, Zichen opened his eyes. His cold gaze landed on the burning man. Feeling Zichen's gaze, the burning man suddenly felt fear in his heart. It was as if the current Zichen could threaten him. Chapter 898. With the perfect body rebirth, his physique transformed once again. Zichen's speed also increased greatly. Not only did the golden life flames light up Zichen's life, but they also allowed Zichen's physical strength to transform. He reached the peak of the 8th level and was only a hair's breadth away from the 9th level. Zichen's understanding of carnate techniques was still very poor. He couldn't compare to the flaming figure, but his body was much stronger in all aspects. His physique and spiritual senses had undergone a transformation. This transformation allowed Zichen's offensive means and attack strength to increase greatly. Zichen spread his lightning wings and charged over. His speed was clearly faster than before, giving the flaming figure a fright. Furthermore, after Zichen was reborn, the flaming figure also sensed a strong sense of danger from Zichen. Previously, he had beaten Zichen half to death and had expended a lot of his energy. When Zichen was reborn, he also used his spirit body's might to absorb the violent energy to recover. Zichen charged over again. The flaming figure circulated the essence energy in his body and at the same time, absorbed the violent heaven and earth spiritual energy in the outside world, delivering a sure-kill strike at Zichen. Under the threat of death, the flaming figure actually performed exceptionally. His understanding of carnate techniques deepened. The might of the mark of fire this time was 30% stronger than before. Blinding flames flashed as a destructive aura rippled. The mark of fire headed straight for Zichen. After delivering such a powerful attack, the flaming figure had no confidence in killing Zichen. The current Zichen made him feel extremely uneasy. Zichen arrived, and when he arrived, the silver light around him converged and he released the golden light in his body. This time, Zichen used his perfect body. The transformed perfect body made the flaming figure feel an oppressive aura. After that, Zichen clenched his fist and punched out. It was still the same strength-based combat technique from before. He still had the same level of insight, but the surging power contained within it was several times stronger than before. The fist that shimmered with golden light struck the mark of fire, causing a loud explosion. Amidst the explosion, the mark of fire dissipated. Zichen's punch tore through the mark of fire and struck the flaming figure's chest. Bang! A deafening sound rang out as the fist light slammed into the fiery figure's chest. The flames around the figure dissipated, and he was sent flying through the air. His face was filled with shock as he stared at Zichen with disbelief. He had sensed that Zichen was very strong, but he did not expect that Zichen would be so strong after his rebirth. In the distance, the crowd cried out in alarm when they saw Zichen break the flaming giant's attack with one strike and send it flying. Good job! The monk clenched his fists fiercely at Zichen and shouted, "Beat him! Beat this burning man until he's like a dog." Oh no, he's even worse than a dog. The expressions of Huoming and the other four gradually turned ugly. The perfect body's fiery rebirth was truly unexpected. The increase in Zichen's combat strength also gave them a bad feeling. I am a spirit body. I am an invincible expert in this world. I don't believe that I will lose. The flaming figure that was repelled shouted loudly. The scattered flames around his body burned again as he rushed towards Zichen. The mark of fire appeared again. Zichen's eyes were cold, and his face was expressionless. He punched out again. Golden light flashed as a resplendent fist light was blasted out. The fist light suppressed the flames, and the mark of fire was dispersed again. The fist light landed on the flaming figure again. This time, the flaming figure was even weaker as he was sent flying while vomiting blood. If the flaming figure's first defeat was a coincidence due to carelessness, then being sent flying twice in a row and coughing up blood the second time was proof of his lack of strength. Just as the flaming figure became crazy, the expressions of Huoming and the other four also changed. Zichen said to the flaming figure, "Invincible? Stop dreaming. There is no such thing as invincible in this world. There is. My spirit body is invincible." The flaming figure roared and rushed towards Zichen. He had completely lost his mind and became extremely crazy. Zichen's eyes flashed with ridicule. Obviously, the flaming figure's mental endurance was much worse than his. But thinking about it, it was understandable. The flaming figure was born with a spirit body. He was already standing at the peak of all the monstrous geniuses in the Sky Martial continent, and had become a proud son of heaven. Along the way, other than the higher realms, no one in the same realm could defeat a spirit body. Xiantian realm martial artists could not, and Hutian realm martial artists could not. Previously, when Zichen was defeated, the flaming figure thought that it was inevitable and reasonable because Zichen was only a Xiantian realm martial artist. But now, the flaming figure, a spirit body, was defeated by a Xiantian realm martial artist. This kind of blow was not inferior to Zichen's defeat. In fact, it was even more serious than Zichen's defeat. The Burning Man was sent flying for the third time. He was in the same sorry state as Zichen, but this time, no one laughed at him because everyone was still in a state of shock. They had not yet recovered from the shock of what had just happened. Looking at the unresigned flaming figure, Zichen coldly said, "I, Zichen, have experienced many dangers along the way. It was like eating and drinking. What do you have to compare with me? Without an innate spirit body, you are nothing." As he spoke, the flaming figure rushed over again. Zichen once again forced the flaming figure back. He did not deliberately insult the flaming figure because the flaming figure had made him understand a principle. In the world of cultivators, the only way was to constantly move forward. "I don't believe that I can kill you." The flames on the flaming figure's body had already disappeared. His hair was disheveled and he looked extremely crazy. Zichen sneered, "I have experienced many dangerous situations. Even if it was 10 deaths, I have also encountered them. Do you think it is easy to have two kinds of Xiantian essence? I have risked my life to obtain them. Furthermore, it was in a hopeless situation." Zichen's body was emitting two kinds of light. With his powerful spiritual sense, he could completely activate these two kinds of light. Zichen coldly said, "Compared to me, you are not worthy." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen's hands began to form seals. This was the Xiantian technique Heavenly Thunder Seal. Zichen did not have a deep understanding of it. The thunder seal that appeared in the sky was already illusory. But when it appeared, it caused a series of exclamations. This was because the thunder seal was actually circulating with two kinds of energy. In other words, the thunder seal now contained both extreme yin and extreme yang. These two kinds of energy coexisted in the same technique. As a Xiantian technique, the heavenly thunder seal was already terrifying. But at this moment, the heavenly thunder seal with two kinds of Xiantian essence was even more terrifying. In the sky, the heavenly thunder seal fell on the flaming figure. Its turbulent energy exploded. This was no longer a simple attack of the heavenly thunder seal, nor was it a simple collision of yin and yang energy. It was a fusion of the two. Its power was already unimaginable. Even if it was a powerful spiritual body, it would still suffer an unimaginable injury in an instant after taking this blow. Zichen's eyes were shining. He had been waiting for the transformation of his spiritual sense, the opportunity to use this technique. Because the original spiritual sense was not enough for Zichen to control two kinds of essence and coexist in the same technique. The flaming figure fell to the ground, coughing up blood. He had suffered an unimaginable injury. Huoming's face immediately changed when he saw this scene. He cried out in alarm and was about to rush into the field. In a flash, the old man from the ancient clan stopped Huoming and said indifferently, "What? You want to interfere? Old man, get out of my way." Hua Yang has already lost. Hua Ming roared. The loser will die. Isn't that what you said before? Before the old man could speak, Tyrant shouted. How dare you talk to me like that? You are courting death. Hua Ming was furious. Tyrant snorted coldly. He was not afraid of Hua Ming at all. The old man snorted and said, previously, we did not care about Zi Chen's death to ensure the fairness of the battle. Now, it is still the same. Hua Yang has already lost. He has already lost. I admit defeat on his behalf. Why are you so ruthless? Hua Ming said loudly. I should be the one asking you this. How did you treat Zi Chen just now? The old man retorted. Hua Ming waved his sleeves and said, I don't care. If Hua Yang dies, you will suffer the wrath of the Hua clan. At the same time, Hua Ming said to Zi Chen from afar, Boy, if you dare to kill Hua Yang, I guarantee that you will not leave this place alive. Zi Chen's expression was still cold. He turned his head and looked at Hua Ming with a mocking smile. What? You allow him to kill, but you don't allow others to kill him? Hua Ming threatened angrily. Of course, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? How can you be compared to the Hua clan's spiritual body? Boy, if you know what's good for you, you will stop. Otherwise, not only will you die, but your friends will also die. Hearing Hua Ming's threat, Zi Chen smiled, but his smile was very cold. It seems that you are already used to threatening others, and when others hear how dangerous you are, they all seem to be very afraid. Unfortunately, you just had to meet me. I am indeed nothing, and am only a person with average talent. But now, the Hua clan's spiritual body that you all view as a treasure is nothing in my eyes. As for your threats, I will treat them all as nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. Then, Zi Chen pointed his finger at the burning man. A thick finger mark appeared in the sky. Gold and silver colors were circulating on the finger mark. 2 types of Xiantian Yuan Qi were compressed and merged into the finger mark. Then, he pointed at the burning man below. Stop! Seeing Zi Chen suddenly attacking, several people shouted. Even Jin Tu and the others, who didn't care at all, had their expressions changed. They didn't expect that Zi Chen wouldn't be threatened at all. He really dared to kill the Hua clan's spiritual body. Did he not know the importance of a spiritual body to a family? Or did he not know the true strength of the Hua clan? The surrounding people were also stunned. They were shocked by Zi Chen's battle strength, and now they were shocked by Zi Chen's courage. The thunderbolt finger landed on the burning man. The latter was severely injured and couldn't block it at all. The finger mark exploded on the burning man's body, and the surging energy crazily engulfed the burning man. When the flame storm dissipated, the burning man's body also disappeared. The burning man was dead. Not even his bones were left. Hua Ming roared. His angry voice resounded in the sky like thunder. However, with the ancient race elder here, no one could deal with Zi Chen at this moment. A powerful spiritual body was killed by a Xiantian warrior. This made the other 4 people's faces turn ugly. Brat, I want you dead. The ancient race elder looked at Hua Ming, who had lost control, and snorted coldly. Mph, this is the style of your Hua clan. If you want to get back at us, you can send out your spiritual body at any time. But if you want to kill someone above your level, don't blame us for being ruthless. Chapter 899. The old man's cold words made the crazy Hua Ming's expression change. He had no choice but to take the ancient race seriously. The ancient race had a long history, much earlier than the 5 aristocratic families. If they were in the outside world, the 5 aristocratic families would not be afraid of these 2 ancient race elders. However, on the ancient road, they had no choice but to take the ancient race seriously. That was because the ancient road was originally a trial road of the ancient race. The rules of the ancient road they grasped were also obtained from the ancient race. Then, on top of the rules of the ancient road they grasped, they opened up another 9 levels of the ancient road for future generations to train on. Looking at the cold eyes of the old man in front of him, Hua Ming took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said coldly, "Good, very good." The death of a soul was enough to cause a huge commotion among the 5 elements forces. However, until now, No one from the other 5 elements forces had appeared. It was fine if the other 4 clans did not appear, but the Hua clan also did not appear. This was a big problem. The angry Hua Ming gradually calmed down. Obviously, the Hua clan was not willing to offend the ancient race because of this. Because of this, they would lose too much profit, so much so that the Hua clan could not bear it. Jin too and the others were still in shock. In the current world, a soul was truly invincible, but today, the legend of invincibility was broken by a Xiantian warrior. At this moment, they had no choice but to take Zi Chen seriously. He was a Xiantian warrior with 2 kinds of Xiantian Yuan Qi. Being able to kill a soul was enough to prove that Zi Chen was extraordinary. Looking at the dead burning man, Zi Chen's expression was cold. However, he was fully focused on the spirit ring left behind by the burning man. Zi Chen had deliberately used his energy to protect it, but at this moment, he did not dare to casually take it away. Seeing Hua Ming gradually calming down, a cold smile appeared on the elder's face. Zi Chen is a member of the Jiyu clan. If he is not strong enough and is killed, the Jiyu clan will not say a word and will not find trouble with him. But at the same time, if he is treated unfairly, the Jiyu clan will seek justice for him. The expressions of the 5 changed. Their gazes landed on Zi Chen once again. They didn't expect Zi Chen to be from the ancient race. However, when they thought of Zi Chen's identity as a member of the Thunder Clan, they felt relieved. The Thunder Clan was originally part of the ancient race. Moreover, they were one of the 4 king races. This was the ancient road of the 5th 9. It was the first half of the ancient road of trials. The following ancient road of trials would be extremely dangerous. Even human origin realm warriors could die. However, while the danger was high, it was also accompanied by great opportunities and rewards. Right now, Zi Chen already had the strength to kill spirit bodies. Once he continued to grow and successfully passed the ancient road, his battle prowess would naturally become even stronger. Just as everyone was deep in thought, Tyrant suddenly said, "Senior, didn't you say that you would give me a word of mantra?" The old man turned his head to look at Tyrant and said, "Your one-word mantra is in the following ancient path. You will naturally be able to obtain it." Hearing this, Tyrant was somewhat disappointed. Then, he asked, "What about Zi Chen? His things wouldn't be on the next ancient road, right?" The old man smiled and was about to speak when a commotion broke out in the crowd below. "Alien, he's an alien. There's actually an alien here. Kill him." After the commotion, loud shouts came from below. The alien race was the enemy of all human beings. Humans and alien races were absolutely irreconcilable enemies. "Alien, he's an alien. Kill him. Kill him." Shouts came one after another from below. Then, waves of killing intent surged out. However, these killing intents were condensed and didn't spread out. Obviously, they were extremely afraid of Zi Chen. The crowd suddenly pointed their spears at the devil ape. This was unexpected. Since the devil ape was indeed an alien, even Tyrant and the others didn't know how to defend themselves. They couldn't say in front of everyone that the devil ape wasn't a bad alien, but a good one. "Alien, we will never allow alien races to exist on the ancient road of trials. That's right. This alien must be killed." The voices in the crowd grew louder and louder. More voices sounded. The devil ape coldly snorted. Holding the black stick, it looked down with its cold eyes and said, "Who doesn't agree? Come up." Murderous intent surged around the devil ape. Its monstrous aura attracted not only exclamations but also more condemnations. "Alien, what do you mean? Are you looking down on us humans? We have Xiantian warriors and spiritual bodies among us. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand." There were more shouts from below, but no one dared to attack the devil ape. Zi Chen looked at all this coldly. Then, killing intent surged around him. "Whoever dares to attack the devil ape will be my enemy, Zi Chen. Anyone who dares to go against me will be killed without mercy." There was an instant of silence among the shouting crowd. However, very quickly, even more voices of condemnation rang out. Obviously, what they were saying was that Zi Chen had colluded with the alien races and was working with them. Rays of light flew over from the horizon. One by one, sky warriors arrived. After arriving, they rushed towards the devil ape. Murderous intent surged around them as they shouted, "Alien!" Zichen coldly glanced into the distance. He saw many rainbows breaking through the sky. At this moment, the number of sky warriors had reached hundreds, and they all came for the devil ape. In just a moment, the number of sky warriors surrounding Zichen and the devil ape had reached hundreds. Murderous intent surged around them, but they didn't attack. At this moment, the devil ape and Zichen were undoubtedly targeted by the trial takers here. Huaming and the others saw this scene. If they still didn't understand, they would really be fools. The five of them looked at each other. Then, Jintu said, "It's fine if the alien doesn't die, but he must leave the ancient road. And those who protect the alien must also leave. Yes, leave the ancient road. The ancient road is a place to cultivate strong warriors for humans, not for aliens. We can't let those who protect the alien stay," the trial takers shouted. The old man looked at Jintu meaningfully. Just as he was about to argue for the devil ape and Zichen suddenly said, "Isn't it just leaving?" "I agree." Wang Xian'er and the others were stunned by Zichen's decision. They looked at Zichen in confusion. However, when they saw the devil ape beside Zichen, they quickly understood what Zichen meant. Obviously, Zichen was worried about the devil ape. He was afraid that the five elements would tamper with the ancient road again. Therefore, he decided to let the devil ape leave. However, the devil ape had no one to rely on in this world. Moreover, it had the identity of an alien. It would definitely be difficult for it to leave. Therefore, Zichen was prepared to leave with the devil ape. Moreover, it was obvious that the Five Elements faction was targeting Zichen. Even a fool could see that they didn't want Zichen to continue growing stronger on the ancient smelting trial road. However, Zichen's straightforward answer still surprised everyone. The old man looked at Zichen doubtfully and asked, "Have you really decided to leave?" Zichen nodded and said, "Yes, I'm leaving with the devil ape." Huaming snorted, "Leave? Don't be so optimistic. This is expulsion." Zichen couldn't be bothered with Huaming. He also didn't want to argue with him. He looked at the old man and said, "After I leave, I hope that Senior can give my friend some protection. Don't worry, your friend will enter the strongest ancient road soon. That place is controlled by the ancient race. No one can interfere." Zichen was extremely satisfied with the old man's assurance. The old man continued, "However, the ancient road at the end is meaningless to you." The old man's answer only made Huaming and the others laugh coldly. "Meaningless? Who are you trying to fool? The ancient road at the end is the real land of opportunity." In the following time, it was time for Zichen to bid farewell to everyone. Wang Xian'er and the rest hugged Zichen as tears flowed down their cheeks. The three beauties hugged one person and cried. Such a scene was enough to make others envious. "Zichen, you don't have to leave. I can leave by myself." The devil ape couldn't bear to see Zichen separated from the three beauties. Zichen patted the devil ape's back and said, "What are you talking about?" After that, Zichen walked to the Torvosaurus and said, "Torvosaurus, for the rest of the journey, you will follow Shui-Er. You must protect Shui-Er's safety. I will wait for you outside the ancient road." The Torvosaurus rubbed its head against Zichen's shoulder. Tears could be seen in its eyes. Zichen walked to the front of Tyrant and gave him a bear hug. He smiled and said, "I'll live." Tyrant nodded and said proudly, "Of course, the ancient road isn't as scary as we thought. I will definitely live." In the end, Tyrant's words were choked with emotion. After that, Zichen bid farewell to Lei Yiming and Xia Xini. The atmosphere of parting naturally couldn't make anyone happy. Just as Zichen prepared everything and was about to leave, Tyrant suddenly said, "Zichen, are you going to leave just like that?" Zichen turned his head and smiled. "Why? Don't tell me you want to send me off." "Of course, I don't want to leave. You are about to leave the ancient road. Anyway, you have no use for resources. Why don't you share Zichen with us?" Tyrant said. Zichen was stunned and his face was filled with black lines. Wang Xian and the rest couldn't help but laugh. Damn you, monk, you are still thinking about my things even before you leave. Zi Chen scolded with a smile. However, he still distributed the resources he had to everyone. Among the resources, there was the Xiantian technique Zi Chen had obtained. Of course, Zi Chen didn't give the inheritance because it was too important. If he took it out now, it would definitely cause a commotion. Maybe even Huoming and the rest would make a move. That's enough, don't dawdle. Hurry up and leave. Huoming and the rest were already impatient. Zi Chen coldly glanced at Huoming, but didn't say anything. A light flashed in the old man's hand and a black token appeared. He passed the token to Zi Chen and said, "This is the token of the ancient race. Since you are a member of the ancient race, you naturally have this token with you. Although this token won't allow you to train in the ancient road, if you want to, you can return to the ancient road at any time." The old man explained the use of the token, causing the expressions of Huoming and the rest to change slightly. However, as long as Zi Chen didn't train in the ancient road, it was fine. Zi Chen nodded and kept the token. The old man continued, "There is another thing that is extremely suitable for you. It was promised to you previously. In the current world, I am afraid that only you are suitable for it. I will give it to you now." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's hand flashed again and a ray of light appeared. The moment Huoming and the rest saw the ray of light, their expressions changed drastically. Chapter 900. The old man took out a piece of paper with a golden light spot on it. The golden light spot was incomparably resplendent, as if he was holding a blazing golden sun in his hand. The light spot was like a piece of paper and a piece of brocade, overflowing with light, like a ball of golden flowing water. As soon as the golden light spot appeared, it successfully attracted everyone's attention. Huoming, who was originally disdainful, looked at the golden light spot, and his expression changed immediately. When Tyrant and the others saw the golden light, they immediately felt that it was extraordinary, but their faces were filled with doubt. Obviously, they did not recognize the golden light. However, when Zi Chen saw the golden light spot, his body shook as if he was struck by lightning, petrified. This golden light had the same aura as the golden light he obtained many years ago, and Zi Chen only found out later that the golden light was actually a heavenly book. Heavenly book, this is a heavenly book. Huoming cried out involuntarily. Heavenly book, one page of heavenly book. Jin An and the others also lost their composure, their eyes fixed on the golden light spot in the old man's hand. They did not suppress their voices, and an uproar came from afar. The old man handed the golden light spot to Zi Chen and said proudly, "Yes, this is one page of heavenly book. It mainly cultivates qi, which is origin energy." Zi Chen subconsciously took the golden light spot and held it tightly in his hand. Then, he said hypocritically, "Senior, this thing is too precious. It's not appropriate for you to give it to me." When the others saw Zi Chen's expression, they immediately despised him. Obviously, his politeness was too fake, too hypocritical. However, it was a heavenly book. If they held it in their hands, they might not be so hypocritical. The old man acted as if he did not see Zi Chen's little action. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's just one page of heavenly book. It's not that precious. This thing is most suitable for you, so it's most suitable for you." When Huoming and the others heard this, they were furious. When did the heavenly book that everyone went crazy for become a mere page? There was no such thing as whether it was suitable for someone or not. It was suitable for whoever obtained it. Looking at the light spot in Zi Chen's hand, the 5 people's breathing became rapid, and their eyes became red. Even Li Xiong, who had supported Zi Chen, had a strange look in his eyes after seeing the golden light. The one-page heavenly tome was a precious treasure, a true precious treasure. It was something that would drive anyone crazy. In the present age, any cultivator, regardless of their cultivation level, would go crazy over it. The heavenly book could be considered one of the top treasures in the Tianwu continent. After the ancient race, the rise of the 5 elements forces was largely due to the heavenly book. Each of the 5 elements families had a page of the heavenly book. Initially, the 5 elements families did not have any spirit bodies. However, ever since they had the heavenly book, they had an invincible spirit body. The rise of the 5 elements aristocratic families was definitely related to the heavenly book. At this moment, the old man actually gave Chen a page of the heavenly book. This caused the 5 of them to lose their composure. Although the other trial challengers in the distance did not understand what a heavenly book was, they could naturally guess the value of the item given to Chen when they saw the 5 of them lose their composure. Boom! The sky suddenly split open without any warning. A huge energy palm appeared in the sky. The energy palm exuded a terrifying aura. As soon as it appeared, it pressed down on Chen. The sudden appearance of the palm shocked everyone. The aura surging around it caused everyone to dodge. The palm descended from the sky. An ancient race old man snorted coldly. He raised his right hand and pressed towards the sky. The sky rumbled as another palm appeared. Although the aura surging around this palm could not be compared to the palm descending from the sky, this palm had some of the ancient road's power of laws flowing around it. The 2 palm prints collided in the sky. A violent explosion followed, and a terrifying energy ripple spread out in all directions. When the accident happened, Chen and the others had already hidden behind the 2 old men. Just as the palm print exploded in the sky, the other old man also looked coldly at Huaming and the others. He was on guard against any sudden attacks. The 2 palm prints dissipated in the sky. It seemed that the difference in strength between the 2 sides was not big. However, just as the palm prints dissipated, the sky split open again before the destructive energy could completely disperse. The sky split open, and 2 more palm prints with similar auras to the previous one descended from the sky. The ancient race old man shouted. He raised his hands to the sky, and 2 palm prints with the power of laws went against the sky. 2 explosions sounded in the sky, and the 2 palm prints dissipated. Chen could tell that the old man's true strength was not comparable to the owner of the palm prints. However, he was able to destroy the palm prints by relying on some of the power of laws. The 2 palm imprints exploded, and the sky trembled once again. This time, terrifying palm imprints appeared from all 4 directions: east, south, west, and north. Shameless indeed. Seeing the 4 palm prints descending, the ancient race old man snorted coldly. He stopped attacking, and instead, he used the power of laws of the ancient race to form a huge defensive light shield around the group. The 4 palm prints landed on the light shield, and a rumbling explosion sounded. The surging aura turned into a frenzy and started to wreak havoc on the light shield. The sudden battle in the sky caused everyone's expression to change drastically. They retreated continuously, and even Huaming and the other 4 retreated far away. Even when the 4 palm prints dissipated completely, they did not break through the light shield. The defense of the light shield was not strong, and the thing that blocked the palm prints was the power of laws. However, it was a pity that the 2 of them could not use much of the power of laws. Otherwise, they would not be able to defend passively. Chen and the rest were all protected by the light shield, and there was still a trace of lingering fear on their faces. If not for the light shield, those palm prints would have been enough to kill them. The hidden expert's goal was obviously this page of the heavenly book. Chen immediately felt that this was a hot potato, but even so, Chen could not give up. An old man was supporting the light shield, and another old man looked at Chen and said solemnly, "No one knows how many pages of the heavenly book, but I know that there is a volume called the human volume. The human volume is divided into 3 pages, and each of them represents a cultivator's essence, chi, and spirit. Essence represents the body, and when cultivated to the extreme, one can achieve the strongest physique of humans, known as the perfect physique. Chi represents elemental force, and once you refine and comprehend it, you will be able to cultivate the strongest and purest elemental force in the world, known as the perfect elemental force. As for spirit, it represents spiritual sense, and once the 3 volumes are combined into one, it will be known as the strongest and most perfect technique in the world of cultivators. There will be no flaws in your entire body, and you will be the strongest among your peers." Everyone was shocked by the old man's words. Chen was also shocked. He did not expect the heavenly book to be classified, and he had already obtained 2 of the 3 pages. Tyrant asked, "Where is the 3rd page?" The old man shook his head and said, No one knows where the third page is, and no one has seen it before. Everyone was disappointed. The old man continued, "Be content with what you have. With this chi training volume, you will be able to cultivate pure elemental force, and it will not be weaker than the spiritual physique." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the old man's words. "All right, stop talking nonsense. The guy in the dark is about to appear. Let them go quickly. I can't hold on any longer," another old man said. "Hold on for a while, and I'll say the last sentence." The old man looked at everyone and said, "The following journey on the ancient road is full of dangers, but there are also many opportunities. The ancient road that you are on is currently under the control of the Aboriginals, and the five elements forces will not be able to interfere. You can go ahead with peace of mind. As for Zi Chen and the devil ape, you can leave." The old man did not say anything else. After he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves, and rays of light fell on Wang Xian'er and the others. In the next moment, their figures disappeared one after another. Soon, those who were supposed to enter the ancient road had entered, and only Zi Chen and the devil ape were left. The old man looked at the two of them and said, "You two can leave too." With a flash of light, Zi Chen and the devil ape disappeared as well. After that, the two old men disappeared as well. However, when they disappeared, the light barrier that contained the power of the natural order was broken by a great force, and terrifying energy started to wreak havoc. Blood splattered in the air as the two old men disappeared. Just after the two old men left, the void shattered, and an old man walked out from 5 different directions. These old men emitted a terrifying aura. After they appeared, the entire space seemed to be unable to withstand it, and it started to distort. They looked at the direction where Zi Chen and the others disappeared and sighed in disappointment. "I didn't expect the Aboriginals to have a page of the heavenly book. We were too careless this time. So what if we thought of it? Can we snatch it away? The Aboriginals have been in hiding for so many years. Now that they have appeared, they must have some savings. The heavenly book is so precious, and yet they gave it to a little kid. What a waste. It is indeed a waste. If the heavenly book was given to us, we would naturally be able to bring the 5 elements forces to a new height. By then, the foreign races would be nothing. They have already left. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's hurry up and find that little kid." The 5 of them sighed. After saying something, they left once more. During this time, Hu Ming and the others all bowed, putting on their most humble and respectful expressions. After the 5 of them left, the group of trial takers also dispersed. However, today's matter was destined to become the focus of discussion in the future. After Zi Chen killed the spirit, the news of him being expelled would quickly spread throughout the ancient road. The place where Zi Chen and the devil ape appeared was a mountain range. The mountain range was filled with towering ancient trees. "What is this place?" asked the devil ape curiously as it looked around. Zi Chen also shook his head. "Who knows, but it shouldn't be on the ancient road. It should be somewhere in the Tianwu continent. I hope it's not too far from the southern region." Zi Chen and the devil ape flew out of the mountain range. Who would have thought that this mountain range was so vast that it was boundless? The two of them flew for an entire day before reaching the outside world. After reaching the outskirts of the mountain range, the two of them had exhausted a great deal of their energy. Suddenly, Zi Chen's expression changed. The spiritual qi here was unable to restore his Yantian Yuan energy. Just as Zi Chen frowned, the devil ape also noticed this. It looked at Zi Chen in confusion. "Is this still the ancient road? Impossible. We should have left already. But why is there a place in the Tianwu continent where we can't restore our Yuan energy?" Zi Chen couldn't understand this phenomenon. However, the two of them still had some resources on them. They didn't give them all to Tyrant and the others. The two of them took out some mid-grade Yuan liquefied. Chapter 901. The sound coming from the forest was very soft, almost inaudible. However, Zi Chen and the devil ape were not ordinary people, so they could hear the soft sound very clearly. They opened their eyes almost at the same time and released their spiritual senses to explore the forest in the distance. However, they did not find anything out of the ordinary. The rustling sound was approaching, but they could not detect anything with their spiritual senses. They looked at each other and saw something strange in each other's faces. They stood up and looked into the forest. Soon, the rustling sound came to an end, and pairs of green eyes appeared from the forest. These were exotic beasts. Their eyes emitted green light as they stared at Zichen and the devil ape through the gaps between the branches and leaves. The exotic beasts had already appeared in their sight, but they still could not detect anything with their spiritual senses. The confusion on their faces grew stronger, and they became very vigilant at the same time. What kind of strange exotic beasts are these? I can't even detect them with my spiritual senses. The devil ape's pupils shrank, and it clenched the black rod in its hand. Zichen frowned and shook his head, indicating that he did not know. During this time, his spiritual senses kept sweeping over the exotic beasts, but he found nothing. The two sides just looked at each other through the branches and bushes. The exotic beasts did not take the initiative to attack, and Zichen and the devil ape also stood in place without moving. Zichen sensed a strange aura from these exotic beasts, but there seemed to be a fog in his mind, so he could not sense what was strange about it. This kind of staring lasted for about 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, the exotic beasts turned their heads and turned back. The rustling sound in the forest rang out again. Soon, the exotic beasts were all gone. They came suddenly and left without warning. When the last exotic beast left, its green eyes deliberately swept over Zichen. In the next moment, Zichen saw an expression that only humans could have in its eyes. It was ridicule, and disdain. Zichen had felt that these exotic beasts were very strange, but he could not find the reason. When the last exotic beast disappeared, Zichen seemed to have a flash of light in his mind, and the fog in his mind dispersed. He immediately exclaimed, "Chase after them. There's something strange about these exotic beasts. They're just some extraterrestrial creatures. What's so strange about that?" The devil ape looked at Zichen in confusion. After saying that, Zichen's figure flashed, and the demonic ape followed closely behind him. As they moved forward at high speed, Zichen said with a grave expression, "They're not exotic beasts. They're humans." "What? Human?" When the demonic ape heard that, its face changed instantly. "I can sense an extremely familiar aura from them. I'm certain that these exotic beasts are humans. Strange beasts are humans. How is this possible? If they are humans, how could they know the Tao of illusion? Moreover, they are illusionary beasts. Furthermore, their illusions are so lifelike." The devil ape was puzzled and asked, "Are you sure you didn't sense it wrongly? They are actually demonic beasts that can transform into humans. Their current beast form is their true form." Zichen shook his head and said, "It's different. Their auras are completely different. They are humans, not demonic beasts." As they spoke, the two of them rushed into the forest. However, there were no signs of any exotic beasts. Even after releasing their spiritual senses, they found nothing. It was as if the exotic beasts had disappeared into thin air. During this time, they couldn't even hear any rustling in the forest. "They're gone. So fast." There was a hint of surprise on the demonic ape's face. "There's something strange about this area. We should be careful." Zichen said, "Let's go. Let's go look for them." The two of them took to the air and flew towards the depths of the forest. This was the direction Zichen had calculated that the exotic beasts were most likely headed in. Unfortunately, Zichen didn't find anything even after chasing for over 10,000 miles. This place had spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but it couldn't be used to recover. In addition, there were the exotic beasts from before. This made Zichen wary of this world. Zichen was worried that they would encounter some kind of danger along the way, so he didn't separate from the demonic ape. The speed of the two of them was definitely one of the best among their peers. However, after chasing for over 10,000 miles, they still couldn't catch up. Either they were going in the wrong direction, or those exotic beasts had really disappeared into thin air. After finding nothing, the two of them turned back and left the forest. Previously, when they came out of the forest, they felt that there was something strange about this place. In such a huge forest, there were actually very few exotic beasts. After leaving the forest, Chen retreated another 10,000 miles and stopped on a spacious flat ground with the demonic ape. Chen didn't have the leisure to care about whether this world was strange or not. If there was really danger or something strange, he would let them take the initiative to come. Before that, Chen still had many things to do. First, the most important thing was to comprehend that page of Heavenly Book. Then, he had to comprehend Xiantian techniques. These two things were the most important. Because no matter which one it would obviously increase his fighting strength. Just like before, the matter of comprehending Xiantian techniques was left to the two doppelgangers. Chen created two doppelgangers, one gold and one silver. One was comprehending the golden sun, while the other was comprehending the silver moon. This was the yin-yang technique that Chen had comprehended from the sun-moon royal family's inheritance technique. Ever since he comprehended it, he hadn't carefully comprehended it. After the previous incident, Chen no longer trusted his spiritual sense. Therefore, while he was comprehending and increasing his fighting strength, the demonic ape was responsible for protecting Chen. While the two doppelgangers were comprehending the yin-yang technique, Chen also took out that page of Heavenly Book. Once the page was taken out, it emitted a bright golden light. This golden light suddenly soared into the sky like a beam of light. In the next moment, the Heavenly Book in Chen's hand began to tremble, as if it wanted to break free from Chen and fly away. Chen's expression changed instantly. Then, he grabbed the golden page with all his strength. Just like when Chen found the first page of Heavenly Book, this page was extremely sharp. Under Chen's strong grip, it cut open Chen's skin like a sharp blade. His skin was cut open, and the golden blood in Chen's body flowed out from the wound and dripped onto the Heavenly Book. Buzz. As the blood dripped onto the Heavenly Book, the book trembled even more violently. Chen felt a pain in his hand as if he was bitten. The scene from many years ago played out once again. The blood in Chen's body began to flow out crazily. Back when Chen was still in the Xiantian realm, he had suffered the pain of having his blood sucked out. When Longhu and Torvosaurus had awakened, they had also continuously devoured Chen's blood. It could be said that Chen was already very experienced in having his blood sucked out. However, at this moment, Chen's expression changed in an instant as he faced the crazy devouring of the golden page. The speed of the blood flow increased, causing pain in Chen's body. However, he still held the golden page tightly in his hand. No matter how much the golden page trembled, Chen would not let go. As the blood in his body flowed out, Chen's face became pale and his spirit became weak. This was caused by excessive blood loss. Moreover, it was not ordinary blood, but the essence blood in his body. Soon, 1/3 of the blood in Chen's body was gone. However, the speed of the golden page's devouring did not slow down. Soon, half of the blood in Chen's body was sucked away. Chen's face turned pale and he became weak. His body began to sway. Seeing Chen's condition, the devil ape's expression changed. However, it did not go forward to help. Instead, it stood in the distance and watched while being vigilant. The speed and quantity of the golden page's devouring of blood completely exceeded Chen's expectations. The speed of the golden page's devouring of blood slowly decreased after he had lost 80% of his essence blood and blood. However, the golden page did not stop devouring. Soon, the remaining 20% of Chen's blood was also gone. Chen was extremely weak. His vision turned black and he directly fell down. However, he still held the Heavenly Book tightly in his hand. The Heavenly Book absorbed all of Chen's blood. The golden light around it became even more dazzling. This golden light was like a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Damn it! Seeing this, the devil ape cursed and quickly flashed towards Chen. It wanted to see how Chen was doing. Suddenly, a strong aura gushed out from the Heavenly Book. This aura directly pushed the devil ape back. In the next moment, Chen was completely enveloped by the pillar of light. The Heavenly Book that he was holding tightly in his hand disappeared without him noticing. This page of the Heavenly Book had already entered Chen's abdomen. The lightning yuan in Zichen's body was dancing around the lightning yuan. On the surface of the golden page, streaks of golden energy were circulating. As the lightning yuan rotated, some of the golden energy would also surge out. It was like a small golden snake that coiled around the lightning yuan. After that, the small golden snake wriggled on the surface of the lightning yuan. The golden energy contained in the snake was fusing with the lightning yuan. The golden energy on the golden page was the purest elemental energy in the world. It was called perfect elemental energy. At this moment, this perfect elemental energy was fusing with Zichen's lightning yuan. When the golden energy fused with the lightning yuan, part of it entered the lightning yuan to change and assimilate Zichen's elemental energy. The other part formed an energy shield on the surface of the lightning yuan. This energy shield was completely formed by perfect elemental energy. Its function was to prevent all imperfect elemental energy from fusing with it. This meant that the elemental energy that entered Zichen's lightning yuan in the future had to be perfect elemental energy. As for the imperfect elemental energy in his body, it would slowly be assimilated by the perfect elemental energy over time. In Zichen's body, the lightning yuan was changing and evolving towards perfection. The essence blood that he had lost was being restored by the perfect body. The devil ape did not know about Zichen's situation. It was worried about Zichen's safety and wanted to go forward to take a look. However, every time it approached, it would be mercilessly repelled by the golden light around Zichen's body. After a dozen attempts, the devil ape finally gave up. However, through the golden light, it could see that Zichen's face was rosy and his breathing was steady, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Zichen was still breathing and his heartbeat was normal. This allowed the devil ape to heave a sigh of relief. However, before it could completely relax, it heard a rustling sound. When it heard this sound, the devil ape's expression changed drastically. Evidently, the light pillar around Zichen's body was too dazzling and had attracted some unknown existences. As the rustling sound approached, the number of strange beasts increased. Soon, the devil ape saw strange beasts appear in its field of vision. These strange beasts were of different shapes and sizes. However, they all had one thing in common: a pair of blue eyes. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20. Chapter 902. This was a place that Zichen had specially chosen. It was surrounded by an empty area. At that moment, these mutated beasts appeared in front of the demonic ape without holding back. They approached from all directions. Their eyes flashed with a different kind of emotion. The demonic ape stood with its staff in hand. Black light surged around its body as it prepared for battle. Beside it, the pillar of light on Zichen's body still existed. He was still unconscious. As for the two avatars, they had long disappeared when Zichen fainted. In the blink of an eye, the mutated beasts arrived 100 meters away from the demonic ape and formed a circle. The demonic ape's aura rose violently as its cold eyes swept its surroundings. However, when the mutated beasts were 100 meters away, they didn't attack. Instead, they stood there motionless. Just as the demonic ape was feeling puzzled, it heard a sound again. This time, it was footsteps. It could only hear the sound and couldn't see the owner of the sound. Its spiritual perception couldn't detect the owner either. As the footsteps sounded, the eyes of the mutated beasts fluctuated. They seemed to become excited and fanatical in the next moment. A human figure appeared in the demonic ape's line of sight. It was a tall human dressed in black. He was 2 meters tall. In the human world, 2 meters tall was considered tall. He walked over with his gaze fixed on the pillar of light. He seemed to be the king of the mutated beasts. Wherever he passed, the mutated beasts would make way for him. When he came close, his gaze moved away from the pillar of light and landed on the demonic ape. Upon seeing the demonic ape, a strange glint flashed in the man's eyes, but he didn't say a word. The demonic ape also looked at the man quietly without saying a word. All it did was grip the black staff in its hand tightly. Both parties looked at each other silently. The pillar of light on Zichen's body was fading, as though it could disappear at any moment. In abdomen, golden light had already filled Zichen's entire lightning elemental. The carnate essence energy in the lightning elemental also had a pure golden light. This golden light was attempting to change Zi-Chen's essence energy. The blood that Zi-Chen had previously drained was regenerating under the perfect body. This time, the golden light in the regenerated blood was even richer and seemed to be purer. Zi-Chen fell into a deep slumber from his unconscious state. Then, he stretched his body and opened his eyes reluctantly. When Zi-Chen opened his eyes, he saw the blue sky and the glaring golden sun. He also heard the sounds of fighting. The laziness on Zi-Chen's face instantly disappeared. He jumped up from the ground, vigilance rising in his heart. After jumping up, Zi-Chen saw the demonic ape, the exotic beasts in the surroundings, the tall man, and the sounds of fighting in the distance. Seeing Zi-Chen stand up, the devil ape let out a sigh of relief. Zi-Chen did not look at the tall man. Instead, he walked towards the devil ape and asked, "What's going on? You suddenly fainted, and then a pillar of light shot out from your body." "They came here by following the pillar of light," the demonic ape explained, loosening the black rod in its hand. Zi-Chen turned his head and his eyes fell on the tall man. He asked, "Who are you?" The man smiled and said, "You can call me Hei-Ba. Why are you here?" The man said, "I'm here to protect you." Zi-Chen sneered, "Protect me? That's right. Without my protection, the two of you would have been torn apart by other things." While the two were talking, the fighting was still going on, but it was in the distance. Judging from the sounds, it was not more than 10 miles away. However, with his spiritual sense, he could not find anything. It seemed that spiritual sense had completely lost its effect here. Zi-Chen naturally did not believe the man's words. He said coldly, "You must be here because of the golden light, right?" "That's right. I saw the golden light and came here to look for treasures, but there are no treasures here," the man admitted. Then he said, "You must have just arrived on this ancient road. If you have nowhere to go, you can come to my place." Zi-Chen's expression changed. He asked, "What did you say?" "This is the ancient road." The man nodded and said, "This is the ancient road." "Why? Are you not trial takers?" Zi-Chen's expression became strange. He looked at the demon ape and realized that the other party was also confused. They should have left the ancient road, so why were they still on it? However, Zi-Chen soon understood that all this seemed to be deliberately done by the old man. This should be the ancient road, and it was controlled by the ancient race. The 5 elements forces did not know and could not sense it. Zi-Chen's expression was seen by the man. He smiled and said, "Could it be that you guys came here by accident?" "I knew it. There are still 2 years before the opening of the treasure land, but you guys came so early. However, you guys are extremely lucky. Others have waited for more than 1,000 years to find the heavenly book, but you guys came at the right time." "Heavenly book? You just said the heavenly book." Zi-Chen frowned. The man looked around and smiled. "This is not the place to talk. Why don't you come to my place? I have some good tea." The other party first mentioned the heavenly book and then invited him. Zi-Chen naturally could not refuse. He looked at the demon ape and then nodded. Zi-Chen and the demon ape walked toward the man. The man laughed and then said to the strange beasts, "Children, let's go." The strange beasts turned around and walked forward. Zi-Chen looked at the strange beasts and frowned. "These are," the man smiled. "These are the strange beasts I tamed out of boredom." Zi-Chen nodded and did not say anything. The demon ape did the same. Along the way, Zi-Chen asked some questions about this world, and the man answered all of them. He answered all of them, and all of them were important points. Zi-Chen was very satisfied. "Zi-Chen, you just came here. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask." Hei-Ba smiled. Zi-Chen nodded and said, "One last question. Why can't we use our spiritual senses here?" Hei-Ba said, "It's not that we can't use it. It should be that we can't detect special life forms." Special life forms. Zi-Chen did not understand. It is what we call the inner core realm. No matter if it is a human or a strange beast, once they reach the inner core realm, their spiritual senses cannot detect them. Seeing that Zi-Chen was about to ask more questions, Hei-Ba shook his head and said, I am not too sure about this. It seems to be because of the rules here. But there is another theory that it has something to do with the heavenly book. Hebe's residence was a cave. It was very large and luxuriously decorated. In Hebe's words, he had lived here for thousands of years. This was his home. Naturally, he had to decorate it well. Hebe was very enthusiastic. He gestured for Zichen and the demon ape to sit. He took out his collection and personally made tea for them. After sitting down, Zichen took a sip of tea and asked, "Brother Hebe, what you said about the heavenly book? Is it true?" "Of course it is. I have stayed in this broken place for so many years. Isn't it for the heavenly book?" Hebe's emotions fluctuated. "Has the heavenly book ever appeared?" Zichen asked. "It appeared 1,000 years ago. It turned into a ray of golden light and flew away. When we were chasing it, we lost it." Hebe was annoyed. "What is recorded in the heavenly book? What powerful spell?" Zichen asked. Hebe said, "It is not an offensive spell. It is said to be a one-page spirit cultivation spell." "A spirit cultivation spell?" The demon ape exclaimed. "Is there really such a thing as a spirit cultivation spell?" Zichen's face was also filled with shock. Hebe was stunned. Then he laughed and explained, "You have misunderstood. The so-called spirit cultivation spell is a spell that cultivates spiritual senses. Didn't you ask why there is something strange about spiritual senses here? It is said that the one-page heavenly book is suppressing it." Zichen nodded when he heard this. His eyes were filled with surprise, but in his heart, it was as if raging waves were rolling. Of course he knew about the spirit cultivation spell. The ancient clan elder once said that there was a page in the heavenly book called the human page. The human page was composed of 3 pages of essence, chi, and spirit. Once one obtained the 3 pages of the heavenly book, after breaking through to the human origin stage, one would be the strongest cultivator in the same stage. Zichen had already obtained 2 pages of essence and chi. He was only missing 1 page of spirit cultivation. He was supposed to be expelled, but now he was here. Coincidentally, there was news of a 1-page heavenly book of spirit cultivation. Could this be a coincidence? Of course not. The ancient clan elder must have done this on purpose. Zichen was shocked. Hebe was very satisfied. He then explained some legends about this world to them. There are still 2 years before the treasure land opens. In these 2 years, there will be challenges coming. Among them will be the 5 elements. When they arrive, they will clear the place. If there is nothing else, it is best that you do not go out. Hebe warned. Zichen nodded to show that he understood. "I have quite a few rooms here. I will get someone to bring you there." Soon, a beautiful lady walked in. She brought the devil ape and Zichen to their rooms. "There are 2 rooms here. You can have 1 each." The lady brought the 2 of them out of the room. Zichen said, "No need. The 2 of us can stay in 1 room." After Zichen said that, the lady looked at Zichen strangely. Zichen wanted to go into seclusion, and the devil ape was in charge of protecting him. Zichen did not find anything wrong with this. However, after pushing open the door and entering, Zichen discovered the problem. It was a very large room. The decorations were very luxurious. In the center of the room was not a table, but a large bed covered by a translucent white veil. The bed was covered with a soft and beautiful bedding. When the bedding was pulled open, a lady was lying on the bed. Her smooth and slender legs were exposed. She was barefoot and did not seem to be wearing any clothes. When she saw Zichen and the devil ape enter at the same time, her eyes flashed with surprise. "My master specially prepared this for the 2 of you. Their cultivation has been sealed, so they are at your disposal." The lady who brought Zichen in said. Obviously, she meant that there was such a lady in the room next door. "Your master is very thoughtful. But I need to go into seclusion. I don't need this service for now." Zichen smiled and refused. "Very well. When you are done with your seclusion, let them come over." At the lady's signal, the lady on the bed walked out. She was indeed not wearing any clothes. Her figure was very good. At this moment, She was completely exposed in front of Chen. She did not feel embarrassed and slowly put on the almost transparent veil. During this time, her waist was constantly twisting like a water snake. Chen did not look away. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared at the lady's waist and round buttocks. After the lady finished putting on her clothes, she turned around and deliberately sized up Chen. With a burst of fragrance, the lady walked in front of Chen. Her jade-like hand gently brushed across Chen's cheek before reluctantly moving away. Just after the lady left, the devil ape said, Chen, they are up to no good. P.S. The lack of updates means that the 500 yuan for this month's full attendance is gone. The loss is huge. While everyone is anxious, they do not know that I am even more upset and heartbroken. At the same time, I feel a little regret. If I had known, I would have updated that chapter in the morning. Chapter 903. The room was still filled with the intoxicating fragrance. Chen glanced at the demon ape and smiled. You're up to no good. This is called being considerate. Demon ape, you don't know how to enjoy life. The demon ape snorted but didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, Chen said telepathically, this world is strange. It's the same here. Be careful with your words. Then Chen said, I've gained some insight into the technique. Stay here and protect me. Don't let anyone disturb me. Okay. The demon ape nodded. Ba was sitting on a chair and sipping tea when 3 women walked in. You're all back. Ba looked at the 3. They said they were going into seclusion, the woman in front said. Oh, then don't let anyone disturb you, Ba said. The woman seemed to have something to say. Ba waved his hand and the 2 women behind him left. The woman in front said, they're just core realm cultivators. Why did you bring them back and keep them here? Ba drank his tea and smiled. They are indeed core realm cultivators, but they're not ordinary core realm cultivators. Anyone who's here is a trial taker who should be on the second half of the ancient road. They're definitely not weak. After a pause, Ba said, and these 2 are both innate realm cultivators. Even if they're core realm cultivators, they're not weaker than mortal realm cultivators. The woman said, so what? Who isn't a real cultivator when fighting for the heavenly book? There might even be innate realm or mortal realm cultivators. What's the use of core realm cultivators? Ba smiled and said, more friends means more options. The woman shook her head. He doesn't understand. You'll understand in the future. The woman named He walked over to Ba and leaned against him. I hope we can succeed this time, she murmured. Ba hugged He. Definitely. The heavenly book will be ours. Ba picked He up and walked back to the room. He closed her eyes and said hopefully, I've waited for more than 1,000 years. We must succeed. A moment later, extravagant moans sounded in the room. Chen didn't have much interaction with the devil ape. There was still the fragrance of the woman on the bed. Chen didn't sit on the bed, but instead sat cross-legged beside it to comprehend the innate technique. The devil ape sat at the side and pretended to be asleep, guarding Chen. Because of Ba's instructions, no one disturbed the 2 of them. When it was time to eat, someone would bring food to the devil ape. Chen mainly comprehended the heaven splitter spear art, while his doppelganger comprehended the yin-yang technique. Chen's doppelganger did not appear. Instead, it stayed in the array formation that Chen had set up temporarily. The innate yuan energy in Chen's abdomen was being assimilated by the golden light, slowly transforming into perfect yuan energy. Along with the transformation of the yuan energy, Chen's battle prowess was increasing almost every day. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Chen had been in seclusion for half a year and had gained a lot. There was only a year and a half left before the 1,000 years that Ba had mentioned. Another half a year later, the figures of many challengers appeared in this world. They were all experts of some forces, mainly Xiantian warriors. They had calculated the time accurately and their goal was to find the heavenly book. After these people arrived, they all encountered the same situation as Chen. They couldn't sense the existence of others with their spiritual senses. After they arrived, they searched for the location of the treasure land. During this time, their traces were all discovered by strange beasts. Senior brother, there really is a heavenly book here. 5 disciples of the sword sect with long swords on their backs arrived in this world. The original leader of the sword sect, the sword ninja, had actually become a foil this time. Faced with the sword ninja's inquiry, the middle-aged man in the lead said solemnly, "This time, the sect specially sent a secret order to inform us that a heavenly book is very likely to appear here, but the specific location is unknown. Moreover, there are many experts coming this time, so we must be careful." The sword ninja sighed. "I didn't expect that we would find traces of a heavenly book after it appeared a year ago." "A year ago? You're talking about Zi Chen who killed the Hue clan's spiritual body, right?" The middle-aged man in the lead asked. "Senior brother, you also know about Zi Chen?" "Humph." The middle-aged man snorted. "Zi Chen's matter has long been spread on the ancient road. Being able to kill the Hue clan's spiritual body, his strength is indeed not weak. Even if I were to face him, I would have to go all out. However, his luck is really heaven-defying. He actually obtained a page of a heavenly book." The sword ninja sighed. "Yes, a page of a heavenly book. Even the 5 elements aristocratic families only have 1 page each." Then, the sword ninja said, "But senior brother, if we all received the news, wouldn't the 5 elements aristocratic families also receive the news? We might be at a disadvantage if we face them." The middle-aged man waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. If we really find a heavenly book, we only need to hold it back. The real person will be someone else." The sword ninja's eyes flashed. He exclaimed, "Senior brother, you mean?" The middle-aged man snorted. "Yes, he should have received the news and come here. Even if he faces a spiritual body, he won't be weak." The 5 of them walked forward. They didn't notice a strange beast hiding in the dense forest. After the 5 of them left, the strange beast also turned and left. The strange beast ran wildly in the dense forest for an hour. After an hour, the strange beast arrived outside Heibi's cave. With a flash of light, the strange beast turned into a human figure. It was a big man in a black robe. He walked towards the cave. "Master." In the living room, Heibi was drinking tea. When he saw the big man come in, he said, "There's news." The big man nodded. 5 people from the sword sect came. The leader is a mortal origin stage master. He should be a Xiantian realm master. I heard their conversation. It seems that there are other masters from the sword sect who are not afraid of spiritual bodies. Heibi's eyes flashed. "Not afraid of spiritual bodies?" The big man said, "Yes, master. I want to ask if there are any masters from the sword sect who are not afraid of spiritual bodies." "Of course there are. They are people with the heart of the sword. The sword sect has sent someone with the heart of the sword. It seems the spirits of the 5 elements will appear as well." Heibi frowned slightly and a different emotion flashed through his eyes. "Continue to monitor. If there's anything, report back," Heibi said. The big man nodded and retreated. After leaving the cave, a light shot out from between his eyebrows. After the light appeared, the big man turned into a strange beast again and ran away. After the big man left, Heibi fell into deep thought. His expression kept changing. It seemed that he was about to make a difficult decision. After a while, he snorted heavily. It seemed that he had made a decision. He shouted outside, "Bai He." Bai He came in from the outside, her figure graceful. Heibi said directly, "Call Zi Chen and the demon ape out." Bai He's eyes flashed. She asked, "Call them now? Isn't there still a year before the heavenly book appears? Things have changed. We can't wait that long." Heibi's voice was cold. "There are too many masters. Those with the heart of the sword are here. And the spiritual bodies of the 5 elements should appear soon. It doesn't make much sense to have these 2 carnate warriors." Bai He looked at Heibi. "What do you mean?" "I've thought about it and decided to give them a chance. I'll take them to Mr. Wu and let him talk to them," Heibi said coldly. Bai He's eyes flashed with fear. "Mr. Wu." Heibi's expression became ugly. "Damn Mr. Wu. He's greedy and has a unique taste. If we want to ask him for help, We have to send them to him. Bai his emotions calmed down. She asked worriedly, what if he takes the things but refuses to help us? Ba shook his head. Impossible. Mr. Wu is a man of his word. As long as the two can satisfy him, he will help us. Bai he took a deep breath and said, well, I'll go find Zi Chen and the demon ape. With that, Bai he turned and left. In the room, Zi Chen was still comprehending, but Ba invited him to wake up. After a whole year of comprehension, Zi Chen had made great progress. If he faced the spiritual bodies again, he would be able to deal with them more easily. After a year of comprehension, Zi Chen's combat power had increased a lot. The changes in his spiritual thoughts were also very significant. Although he still did not break through to the Renyuan realm, in the Dan realm, Zi Chen's spiritual thoughts were also transforming again and again. After opening his eyes, Zi Chen saw Bai He in the room. In the bright eyes of Xing Chen, a strange light flashed. This strange light flashed and disappeared, but Bai He did not notice. Two masters, my master invites you. Bai He said with a smile. Zi Chen nodded and said, thank you for leading the way. How is it? On the way, the demon ape said telepathically. Mind sound transmission was of a higher level than spiritual sense sound transmission. While spiritual sense sound transmission could be intercepted by experts halfway through, mind sound transmission could not. But telepathic communication required some kind of connection between the two souls. After a year of closed-door cultivation, I have gained a lot. Zi Chen was very confident. Before the demon ape could ask, Zi Chen continued, my spiritual sense has evolved again in the past year. Now, I can sense some simple situations. Look at the woman in front of us. She's actually in the human origin stage. The mortal origin stage. The demon ape's voice was filled with surprise. Yes, she is definitely in the Renyuan realm, and her combat power is not bad. If she is in the Renyuan realm, why is she following Ba and calling us masters? I don't know, but don't underestimate her. While they were talking, the two arrived at the hall again. Ba was waiting there. Seeing the two arrive, Ba quickly stood up and greeted them with a smile. Zi Chen, how have you gained after a year of closed-door cultivation? Ba asked with a smile. Zi Chen said, we have some gains, but not much. Brother Ba suddenly called us brothers over. Could it be that something has happened? Ba nodded and said seriously, there is something, and it is serious. It is about the heavenly tomes. Zi Chen asked. Yes, those who want to steal the heavenly tomes are here. So far, we have found people from the sword sect, and we know that someone with the sword heart will appear soon. Someone with the sword heart. Zi Chen was obviously puzzled. Ba originally had a glimmer of hope for Zi Chen, but when he heard that Zi Chen did not even know about the sword heart, he was completely disappointed. Chapter 904. While they were talking, the two were taken out of the cave by Ba. After walking out of the cave, Zi Chen saw that there were some strange beasts outside the cave. Suddenly, Zi Chen spread out his spiritual thoughts. Zi Chen's spiritual thoughts spread out, and Ba seemed to sense it and looked at Zi Chen. Zi Chen's expression did not change and he quickly withdrew his spiritual thoughts, as if he had found nothing. Ba's eyes flashed with a touch of imperceptible sarcasm. He said, there is still a year before the heavenly book appears. The experts of all forces will come. In addition to Genshin, there may be spirits from the 5 elements forces. We are no match for them at all. We must find some help. The spirit body will come as well. Zi Chen looked surprised. Ba nodded and said seriously, the heavenly book is of great importance. They will definitely come. Zi Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light, but he did not say much. The two did not talk much on the way. After flying for about 100,000 miles, Zi Chen found traces of strange beasts again. Here we are. Let's go down. Ba took the two down. As soon as they landed, many strange beasts surrounded the three. Looking at these strange beasts, Zi Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, and a black rod appeared in the hands of the devil ape. Ba shouted at these strange beasts, "What are you beasts doing here? Go and call your master out." One of the strange beasts wailed, then turned and walked into the depths. After a while, a hearty laugh came from the depths. The strange beast from before came back with a middle-aged man beside it. The middle-aged man had 2 small braids. As he moved forward, he swung his whip back and forth. His skin was white and delicate, not like a man's skin, and he had an evil aura. Seeing this middle-aged man, Chen immediately felt a strong sense of disgust. The devil ape next to him also frowned. "Hey BA, why don't you stay in your cave? Why do you have time to come here?" The middle-aged man greeted Hey BA from afar. "I brought 2 friends to introduce to Mr. Wu." Hey BA smiled. "Oh, it's them." Mr. Wu looked at Chen and the demon ape. His small eyes were shining like a hungry wolf seeing food, or a dog seeing shit, which was even more disgusting. "Who are these 2? Mr. Wu looked at Chen and asked. "This is Chen, and this is Mo Yuan," Hey BA explained with a smile. "Chen, Mo Yuan, and this is Mr. Wu." "Mr. Wu," Chen said calmly. The devil ape did not speak. Mr. Wu's eyes fell on Chen, and his eyes flashed with satisfaction. When his eyes fell on the demon ape, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he exclaimed, "Alien race." To be able to identify the identity of the devil ape with just one look, this Mr. Wu was definitely not an ordinary person. 1,000 years have passed, and it is time for the heavenly book to appear again. "We are here to discuss this matter," Black 8 said. "Oh." A strange look flashed across Mr. Wu's eyes, and then he sighed, "Time really flies. There are many strong people here this time, and I think we need to join forces," Black 8 said again. "This is not the place to talk, please come with me." As he spoke, Mr. Wu reached out to pull Chen. Chen was stunned at first, and then a look of disgust appeared on his face. He moved his feet and immediately dodged Mr. Wu's evil grasp. Mr. Wu was also stunned. He glanced at Chen, but did not say anything, and pursed his lips into a smile. The 4 of them walked towards Mr. Wu's cave residence. During this time, Black 8 transmitted a message to Mr. Wu. "Mr. Wu, what do you think of the 2 people you brought this time?" Mr. Wu replied with satisfaction, "Good, very good, a human with pure elemental energy, and an alien race, very good." "What about this alliance?" Black 8 asked again. "Don't worry, I will definitely help you." "Mr. Wu said somewhat impatiently, "Since you have brought people here, then there is nothing for you to do here, you can leave." Before entering the cave residence, Mr. Wu ordered him to leave. Black 8 slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, no, Chen, I still have an important matter to deal with. You and the demon ape stay here first, I will come back when I am done. As for the details of the heavenly book, you can ask Mr. Wu, he knows everything." Chen looked at Black 8 meaningfully and asked, "Are you sure you still have something to do?" Black 8 stared at him and said, "Of course, I can't lie about this kind of thing." Chen smiled and said, "Well, you can go and deal with it. Then I will take my leave." Black 8 cupped his fist to Mr. Wu, and without saying goodbye to Chen, he turned and left. As soon as Black 8 left, strange beasts appeared in the place where he left. They completely blocked Chen's path, and looked at Chen coldly. "Beasts are indeed beasts." Looking at these strange beasts, Chen said coldly, "They are indeed beasts, Chen, let's go inside and talk." Mr. Wu laughed and then led the 2 into the cave residence. This cave residence was more luxurious than Black 8's, and there was a faint fragrance in the air, which made people feel nauseous. Mr. Wu gestured for the 2 to sit down, and then served them tea and snacks. He then sat aside and looked at the 2 quietly. "Why are you looking at me?" Chen asked. Mr. Wu smiled shyly and said in a low voice, "I like it." The demon ape spat out the tea that he just drank, and it sprayed on Chen's face, and then laughed out loud. Chen wiped the water droplets on his face, and his face was full of black lines. Mr. Wu looked at the bold and unruly demon ape again and said shyly, "I like it, I still like it." The demon ape's smile froze, and said, "What did you say?" Mr. Wu pinched the corner of his clothes, made an awkward gesture, and whispered, "Do you want to take a bath? I can make you clean." Looking at Mr. Wu, Chen wanted to vomit, and the demon ape couldn't help but retch. The demon ape pointed at Mr. Wu and scolded, "You damn pervert. Facing the demon ape's scolding, Mr. Wu didn't get angry, instead he seemed to be more excited, and his eyes even began to glow. His body couldn't help but twist and tremble, as if he had reached some kind of pleasure in advance. Seeing the extremely abnormal Mr. Wu, Zichen frowned and reminded the demon ape, "Be careful, this guy is a bit abnormal." Mr. Wu was indeed abnormal. At this moment he was acting like a woman, but there was a dangerous aura that made people's heart palpitate. The demon ape looked at the entrance of the cave residence, and Zichen said, "No need to look, it's already closed, there's a restriction." The demon ape said, "Then what should we do?" Zichen smiled, "Either kill him, or obey him." The demon ape pretended to vomit again, and hurriedly covered his mouth. After a long time, he said, "Obey you." Zichen joked, "He has his eyes on you." Who knew that when Mr. Wu heard this, he actually pursed his lips and laughed, "Don't be impatient, we can go one by one, but I don't know who will go first." While Mr. Wu was talking, his hand was still pinching his thumb and middle finger, and his voice became shrill, just like a woman's voice. Both of them were shocked at the same time, and took a few steps back. Zichen said seriously, "Be careful, this pervert is in the human origin stage, and is definitely not an ordinary human origin stage cultivator. Little brother, you have sharp eyes, I like it." Mr. Wu pinched his thumb and middle finger at Zichen again, and said, "But I'm more interested in the mutated race." After he finished speaking, Mr. Wu pointed at Zichen, and as his finger fell, ripples spread out, and then a restriction appeared under Zichen's feet, instantly trapping Zichen. While Zichen was trapped, Mr. Wu swayed his waist and walked towards the demon ape. His eyes were like silk. "You pervert." The demon ape was furious, and swung his staff. The black staff whistled, and smashed towards Mr. Wu's head. "How cruel." Mr. Wu sighed faintly, and then pointed his finger at the black staff. The black staff, which carried the power of thousands of pounds, was actually stopped by a single finger, and caused a loud bang. The demon ape then took a few steps back, and Mr. Wu's body also shook slightly. "Little brother, you have great strength." Mr. Wu's eyes flashed with a strange light, and his face was flushed, as if he was even more excited. He approached the demon ape, and pointed his finger again and again, forcing the demon ape to keep retreating, for fear of being touched. The demon ape's body was surrounded by a black light, forming a black armor, and then it waved the black staff again to fight. Boom! A violent aura emerged from the black staff, and this aura caused the entire cave to tremble. When the strange beasts outside sensed it, they also howled. Hey Ba, who had already flown thousands of miles away, also sensed the fluctuation. He sneered, "It seems that Mr. Wu can't wait any longer. Now that they have fallen into the hands of that pervert, it will be difficult for these two to die." The black staff fell again, causing the space to tremble. A turbulent energy swept through the cave, and a terrifying aura circulated. The flush on Mr. Wu's face faded a little at this moment, and then he pointed a few fingers. Ripples spread from his fingers, forming waves of fluctuation, preparing to dissolve the demon ape's powerful attack. But these ripples collapsed as soon as they touched the black staff. In the blink of an eye, the black staff was in front of him. Mr. Wu's face changed, and he raised his hands to meet it. Peng! In the midst of a loud bang, Mr. Wu was sent flying by the attack, and slammed heavily into the cave's stone wall, breaking a mural, and fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, Mr. Wu did not get up. His whole body was stuck to the ground, and his body was constantly trembling and twisting. He let out a low groan, as if he was experiencing some kind of pleasure. The demon ape's face became extremely ugly. Just as it was about to kill Mr. Wu with one blow, the latter's body directly exploded, and like a bolt of lightning, he arrived in front of the demon ape, and then like a water snake, his body wrapped around the demon ape's body. The demon ape's body surged with power, and it wanted to break free from the other party, but after several attempts, it did not succeed. The other party was like a part of its body, and wanted to merge with it. Just as the demon ape felt that something was wrong, it felt that the power in its body was rapidly draining, and this power included Yuanli and vitality. Unable to break free, and with its vitality draining away, the demon ape's face was obviously panicked. At this moment, there was a loud bang from the side, and it was Zichen who broke through the restriction and rushed over. Chapter 905. After the restriction was broken, Zichen went straight to the devil ape. He had already sensed that the devil ape was in a bad situation. In just a short moment, a quarter of its life was gone, and its whole body was much weaker. Zichen went forward and grabbed Mr. Wu, but he was shocked away by a huge force. "Little brother, don't worry. Wait until I absorb half of his life force, then I will absorb yours. When you are too weak to fight back, I will let you experience the bliss of the world." As soon as Zichen's hand was shocked away, Mr. Wu's voice rang in his ears. "It's my turn to die." Zichen shouted and pointed at Mr. Wu in front of him. Zichen's finger began to shine, and a terrifying aura emerged in the cave. The power of the finger bone reappeared. As if sensing the horror of this attack, Mr. Wu's body moved and then dodged Zichen's finger. Seeing that the finger was about to fall on the devil ape, Zichen retracted his finger and then pointed again. At the same time, the devil ape also controlled the elemental energy in its body and shook it towards Mr. Wu. The finger and the energy shook at the same time. When Mr. Wu's body moved, it was also shaken a little. The devil ape seized this opportunity and dodged to the side at extreme speed. Mr. Wu's body overlapped in the air, but he did not give up. Instead, he turned around and rushed towards Zichen. "Be careful!" the devil ape exclaimed with lingering fear. "Die!" Zichen's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he threw a punch towards Mr. Wu. This punch contained a terrifying power, causing the cave space to distort continuously, rippling with a fierce aura. Mr. Wu's expression changed instantly. His body twisted in the air again, and he dodged Zichen's punch in an instant. Then, his whole body wrapped around Zichen's body. Boom! Zichen's punch hit the air, causing an explosion. The entire cave trembled at this moment. Many stones fell from above, and cracks appeared on the cave's ceiling. Mr. Wu was like a water snake, wrapping around Zichen's body, but Zichen did not panic. Instead, he shouted at the devil ape, "Devil ape, recover your energy first." The demon ape nodded. Then, it swallowed a supreme elixir. The supreme elixir was able to recover the energy it had expended, as well as the life force it had lost. "What a handsome young man, what a powerful young man. I like it." Mr. Wu spoke in a female voice again. His face was flushed red as if he was about to climax. Zichen's body was protected by a layer of golden light. To be precise, Mr. Wu did not touch Zichen's body, but Mr. Wu did not care. His method of absorption did not require physical contact. But just as Mr. Wu was about to absorb Zichen's vitality, a look of astonishment flashed across his flushed face. This was because he found that the person in front of him was like a boulder that he could not absorb. Or perhaps, this was not a person at all, but a lifeless piece of rock. Zichen saw Mr. Wu's expression and sneered, "If you can even absorb my vitality, then you don't need any tomes of arcane." Zichen was telling the truth. His physique was a true perfect physique. The perfect physique after the fire rebirth was known as the true perfection. If the other party could even absorb such a physique, then what was the use of the tomes of arcane? This was because his body had already surpassed the tomes of arcane. As soon as Zichen finished speaking, he threw out a punch. The golden light shone brightly. This time, Mr. Wu missed the best opportunity to dodge because he was stunned. He was hit by Zichen's punch. The golden fist landed on Mr. Wu's body. This was a solid punch that sent Mr. Wu flying. In the process of flying, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from Mr. Wu's body. Mr. Wu crashed into the stone wall for the second time. But this time, he did not fall. Instead, he smashed a human-shaped hole in the stone wall. The redness on his face receded and was replaced by a look of astonishment. He pointed at Zichen and said in horror, You. Mr. Wu seemed to be extremely frightened. His fingers were trembling, and his voice was trembling. "Go to hell." Zichen threw out another punch. Mr. Wu, who was extremely frightened, suddenly flashed a ruthless look in his eyes. There was a cracking sound in his body again. This time, it was no longer the sound of bones breaking. Instead, it was the sound of bones repairing. The broken bones in his body recovered once again. Then, His body twisted and dodged Zichen's attack. Once again, he turned into a cold bolt of lightning and charged at Zichen. The speed of the other party's sudden burst of speed exceeded Zichen's. Of course, this did not mean that the other party had the fastest footwork in the world. Instead, the other party's footwork was second only to the fastest footwork in the world. In addition, his realm was higher than Zichen's, so the speed he displayed was only slightly faster than Zichen's. Mr. Wu wrapped around Zichen for the second time. This time, not only did he control the spell in his body to absorb Zichen, but he also opened his mouth and bit at Zichen. "I told you, it's useless against me," Zichen shouted coldly, fully displaying the power of the perfect body. This power formed an energy tide in Zichen's body. This tide oscillated from the inside out. Mr. Wu, who was tightly wrapped around Zichen's body, was instantly blasted away. After that, Zichen threw another punch. A bloody line was drawn in the air, and Mr. Wu was sent flying again. This time, his injuries were even more serious. Surviving 2 of Zichen's punches was enough to prove Mr. Wu's strength. This time, there was clearly true horror in his eyes. Before his body could hit the stone wall again, his body twisted strangely, and then he ran to the outside world. The door of the cave abode opened silently. Mr. Wu ran out, but as soon as his figure flashed out, a silver light chased after him. 2 rays of light flew out one after another. After that, many exotic beasts rushed into the cave abode. Be careful, these exotic beasts are transformed from humans. Zichen went to chase after Mr. Wu, but before he left, he sent a spiritual thought voice transmission to the devil ape. The devil ape held the black rod and struck at the exotic beasts that were rushing over. One of the exotic beasts was hit in the head, producing an explosive sound. Then, the exotic beast's body exploded. The exotic beast's body exploded, and a person suddenly appeared. It was a human man with a ferocious face. He rushed through the oscillating energy and struck the devil ape's heart hard. This attack was unexpected. The devil ape did not have time to dodge and was hit in the chest. The protective armor that had just been raised instantly shattered. Then, a huge impact forced the devil ape to retreat. The man was clearly stunned when he did not kill the devil ape with one strike. However, before he could gather his strength for a second strike, the black rod fell on his head. His opponent's body exploded once again. This time, not even his bones were left behind. However, before the devil ape could breathe a sigh of relief, another beam of light shot out from the exploded corpse. This beam of light headed straight for the devil ape's sea of consciousness. This scene was still unexpected. The devil ape, who was defending against the other exotic beasts, did not notice it and was hit directly. The beam of light hit the devil ape's sea of consciousness and disappeared in a flash. The devil ape's body suddenly trembled. Its body was motionless, as if it was frozen. Its originally cold eyes instantly showed a vacant look and it became absent-minded. When the other exotic beasts saw this, they stopped attacking and stood aside to watch. Their eyes were filled with disdain and a hint of ridicule. At this moment, the devil ape's soul was being attacked by a powerful force. This was a powerful soul power that was rushing into the devil ape's sea of consciousness. This situation was commonly known as possession. Once the devil ape's soul was destroyed, this powerful soul power would enter the devil ape's sea of consciousness and successfully control the devil ape. The opponent's soul power was extremely powerful. The devil ape, who was caught off guard, was in a state of retreat. However, this state did not last long. From the depths of the devil ape's sea of consciousness came a violent soul power aura. When this aura appeared, it swept toward the foreign soul power like a violent wave. The foreign soul power was like a small boat in the waves. It could be drowned at any time. Therefore, it let out a scream and rushed toward the devil ape's sea of consciousness. A sharp sound rang out from the outside. This soul power rushed out. However, the moment it appeared, it was hit by a beam of black light and was instantly destroyed. This scene shocked the exotic beasts. After that, they rushed toward the devil ape again. This time, the devil ape had completely learned its lesson. Just as the exotic beasts rushed forward, its body swayed and turned into dozens of figures. Each of these figures was holding a black rod. The dozens of devil ape wielded the black rod and attacked. With so many clones appearing all of a sudden, the exotic beasts paused for a moment. However, many of them quickly found the devil ape's true body and attacked it. A strange look appeared on the devil ape's face when it found the devil ape's true body. However, its body could change between the clones at will. With a slight thought, its true body appeared beside it. Then, it swung its rod and killed an exotic beast. Just as the exotic beast was killed, the devil ape swung its rod again. The human among the exotic beasts was also killed. At the same time, a fierce flame surged out from the black rod. This was a black flame, which had an extremely strong suppressive effect on soul power. When the black flame appeared, it directly swept away the powerful spiritual senses that were about to rush out. Then, a shrill scream rang out. A second human exotic beast was killed. The devil ape's clones were also crushed by the exotic beasts at this moment. The devil ape's true body kept changing as it attacked these exotic beasts. With the experience and knowledge, it was much easier to kill these exotic beasts. Because it was almost killed by the exotic beasts, the devil ape's heart was filled with anger. His attacks were especially vicious. As the rod swung down, almost none of the exotic beasts had intact corpses. In less than a moment, the exotic beasts that rushed in were all killed by the devil ape. A few exotic beasts saw that the situation was not good and tried to escape. However, the devil ape caught up with them and killed them with one rod. When the devil ape finished killing all the exotic beasts and chased for a few miles, it happened to see Zi Chen surrounded by a group of exotic beasts. Mr. Wu was also seriously injured. He tried to escape, but he was stopped by Zi Chen every time. There were a few human corpses on the ground. The place where they were attacked was between the eyebrows. Obviously, Zi Chen killed them with one blow. When the devil ape arrived, it happened to hear Mr. Wu's roar. His voice had returned to normal, and his face was full of horror. "You, who the hell are you? Black 8 asked you to kill me." Facing Mr. Wu's roar, Zi Chen responded indifferently, "Die." Chapter 906. Silver light flashed and illuminated the sky. Zi Chen displayed the innate stage sky-piercing spear art, and with the momentum of man and spear as one, he attacked Mr. Wu. Zi Chen's attack made Mr. Wu feel the threat of death, and his frightened expression suddenly became crazy. His face was ferocious, and with a loud roar, a bright light suddenly shone from between his eyebrows, and then a strong pressure emerged from between his eyebrows. A powerful spiritual light rushed out from between Mr. Wu's eyebrows, and after this light rushed out, it shook and turned into a giant dragon. The giant dragon glowed all over, and a strong aura surged around its body. After rushing out, it directly wrapped around Mr. Wu and rushed towards Zi Chen. This was a giant dragon formed by spiritual thoughts, but it was almost like a physical body, full of majesty. The dragon's eyes were cold, and the dragon's mouth was wide open to swallow Zi Chen. Groan. A dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth, and from the dragon's spear in Zi Chen's hand, a dragon shadow rushed out. This was a divine dragon shadow, and it looked even more majestic. The two dragon shadows collided in the sky, and there was a loud explosion. At this moment, the void twisted fiercely, and energy ripples spread out. In the face of Zi Chen's powerful attack, the giant dragon that Mr. Wu transformed into was instantly shaken, and cracks appeared on the giant dragon's body, and then it exploded with a loud bang. The giant dragon exploded, and Mr. Wu's embarrassed figure appeared. He couldn't help but cough up blood, and his ferocious face became even crazier. After Zi Chen shot out his spear, the light in his hand flashed again, and then it turned into a silver cold lightning, and went straight to Mr. Wu's eyebrows. He had already sensed that Mr. Wu's spiritual thoughts were extremely powerful, so at this moment, he went straight to attack the other party's spiritual thoughts. But at this moment, the ferocious Mr. Wu suddenly made a crazy and bold decision. The spiritual thoughts in between his eyebrows suddenly emitted a strong blazing light, and then rushed out directly. When the silver light was about to hit his eyebrows, he directly abandoned this body and went straight to Zi Chen. Puff! Zi Chen's spear pierced through the space between Mr. Wu's eyebrows. A terrifying energy surged out from the tip of the spear, directly destroying the opponent's body. Mr. Wu's body was completely destroyed. He was considered dead, but his spirit was not. His spiritual thoughts turned into a strong light and rushed into Zichen's mind when he was unprepared. This was the result of Mr. Wu's powerful spiritual sense, which had already surpassed the elixir realm and reached the Renuan realm. It was extremely terrifying. Once Zichen's spiritual sense was broken, the next person to take control of this body would be Mr. Wu. When the demonic ape saw this, it only had time to let out a shrill roar, but it was unable to help. Their opponent's attack was just too strange. They had rarely encountered such an attack along the way, so they were truly caught off guard. After Mr. Wu's spiritual thoughts entered Zichen's sea of consciousness, Zichen stopped all his attacks. The powerful energy surging around him retreated like a tide. His life force was instantly restrained, and his spiritual thoughts were retracted. Obviously, he was going to fight to the death. In the outside world, the only thing keeping Zichen afloat was the power to keep him afloat. There were many strange beasts in all directions, eyeing him covetously. The demonic ape turned into a black light and rushed forward, arriving at Zichen's side. Then, it waved its staff and swept it. A pitch-black staff light appeared between heaven and earth, carrying an indescribably terrifying aura, and blew up a strange beast. The strange beast was blown up, but the staff light did not dissipate. Instead, it fell on the figure among the strange beasts like crushing dry weeds. Bang! With another bang, the figure was blown up directly. Its spiritual thoughts did not have time to rush out. After killing dozens of strange beasts, the demonic ape had already gained experience. Now, it was easier for it to kill the enemy again. However, after killing one strange beast, more strange beasts rushed from all directions. Some of them attacked Zichen, while others went straight for the demonic ape. Their eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. Demonic flames rose around the demonic ape, and its eyes exuded a murderous intent. Seeing a group of strange beasts rushing over, it suddenly shouted, "Demon swallows the world." The surrounding space began to distort violently. Streaks of black light appeared in the sky. The sky, which was still bright just a moment ago, suddenly became pitch black. Black clouds covered the sky, and demonic chi lingered. The surrounding space became pitch black. At this moment, not only was their vision blocked, but their spiritual thoughts were also blocked. In the dark world, these people's spiritual thoughts were suppressed to varying degrees. The red light in the demonic ape's eyes was blazing, emitting a light that made people's hearts palpitate. Its feet flashed, and it appeared in front of a strange beast. The strange beast seemed to have sensed something. It turned its head and looked to its side. What it saw was a surging black aura, and a pitch-black staff emerging from the black aura. Boom! In this pitch-black world, there was a sudden bang. After the bang, there was another shrill scream. The human's beast body was smashed into pieces by the rod, and then his body was smashed into pieces. However, his spiritual senses managed to escape. However, before his spiritual senses could shoot far away, he felt two rays of red light landing on his spiritual senses one after another. The red light seemed to contain some kind of rule power. The other party's spiritual thoughts were unable to move. At this moment, he felt as if his essence had been completely seen through. After that, the red light was like two sharp swords, dispersing the other party's spiritual thoughts. Before he died, the other party let out a shrill scream. With the eye of Delusion Breaker, the demonic ape had an easier time killing its enemies. Moreover, it could see the essence of these humans and find their weaknesses. The demonic ape's attacks were all around Zichen. It mainly killed the humans around Zichen. As the number of humans killed increased, the other humans were clearly frightened and began to retreat. However, in the dark world, they could not distinguish between things at all and could not escape. The demonic ape crushed these strange beasts transformed from humans, but it was not happy. Instead, it looked worried because at this moment, Zichen still had not made any moves. In the sea of consciousness, Zichen's spiritual thoughts formed layers of defense, but in the face of Mr. Wu's powerful attacks, these defenses seemed to be vulnerable. It's useless. You're just a mere Jindan essence. It's useless to resist. You broke my cave abode and damaged my body. Today, I'm going to torture you to death. Mr. Wu's resentful voice sounded in Zichen's sea of consciousness. In the deepest part of the sea of consciousness, Zichen watched all this indifferently. At the same time, his spiritual thoughts mobilized rays of golden light to form a defense. In terms of the purity of his spiritual thoughts, Zichen's spiritual thoughts were purer than Mr. Wu's. However, what he lacked now was the attack method of his spiritual thoughts, as well as the quantity of his spiritual thoughts. Fortunately, this was Zichen's sea of consciousness. After his spiritual thoughts were depleted, they would be replenished, unlike Mr. Wu who was staking everything on one throw. The defense formed in Zichen's sea of consciousness was more concentrated, but the speed at which it was broken was also faster. Mr. Wu's expression was also more frenzied. Compared to Mr. Wu, Zichen was much calmer. He held an elixir to recover his soul power in his hand and was ready to swallow it at any time. Mr. Wu, who broke through layer after layer of defense, seemed to be aware of Zichen's intentions. His attacks became sharper. His spiritual thoughts flashed and turned into a sharp light sword. Then, he rushed straight ahead. When Zichen's layers of defense met this light sword, they were instantly broken. Seeing that Mr. Wu was about to reach him, Zichen swallowed the elixir directly and recovered his depleted spiritual thoughts. At this moment, Mr. Wu's spiritual thoughts were also depleted. Today, you must die. Mr. Wu came close and turned into a human figure again. His eyes were full of hatred. Is that so? Zichen glanced at the other party coldly. There was a touch of madness on his slightly pale face. In the next moment, he mobilized all the spiritual thoughts in his sea of consciousness. The entire sea of consciousness was shrouded in golden spiritual thoughts. The golden spiritual thoughts were like an ocean. After all of them appeared, Mr. Wu's expression changed. He exclaimed, how can you have such strong spiritual thoughts? Strong? I think it's very weak. Zichen snorted coldly. Then, the golden sea of spiritual thoughts shook and turned into thousands of small golden swords. These small swords flashed with a dazzling golden light. When Zichen first entered the holy burial ground, he found the remnant of the spiritual cultivation technique. He had been cultivating it until now. It was equivalent to cultivating an incomplete heavenly book. He was indeed not satisfied with his current spiritual thoughts. Spiritual thoughts were Zichen's only weakness so far. This weakness could not be exposed to those who were not good at spiritual thoughts attacks. However, this weakness was fatal to Mr. Wu. The thousands of small golden swords did not make Mr. Wu afraid. Instead, it made his expression even more ferocious. He had no way to retreat. He could only attack. Therefore, even if there was a divine mountain in front of him, he had to attack. Many golden swords trembled in the sea of consciousness and made a buzzing sound. Then, they went straight to Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu's figure flashed and turned into a sword light. He went straight ahead toward the thousands of light spots. At the same time, he sent out his last spiritual thought. It's useless. Disperse your spiritual thoughts. This will only speed up your death. The thick sword light went straight ahead. Wherever it passed, the small swords formed by Zichen's spiritual thoughts were instantly shattered. In the outside world, as Zichen's spiritual thoughts were continuously scattered, blood began to flow from the corners of Zichen's mouth. This made the devil ape even more worried. The sword light went straight to the center of Zichen's sea of consciousness. During this period, there were not many small swords that came into contact with it. Only 1/5 of them. However, this 1/5 consumed a lot of energy. After penetrating a straight line and reaching the center of Zichen's sea of consciousness, the sword light formed by his spiritual thoughts had become dim. However, even if there was still a trace of attack power left, Mr. Wu still hoped to completely kill Zichen here. This was because in the depths of the spiritual thoughts, the place where Zichen's soul flame was located was extremely weak. Although he was also very weak, he still had means to attack. This was much stronger than Zichen. Mr. Wu's face was obviously proud, but he was not careless. He did not even send out his spiritual thoughts. After rushing through the attack of the small swords, he went straight to Zichen's soul flame. However, Just as he rushed out of the attack of the small swords, before he could reach Zi Chen's soul flame, Mr. Wu was dumbfounded. In front of him, Zi Chen, who was emitting golden light, was standing there. He was tall, like a giant standing between heaven and earth. In his hand, he was holding an oversized golden light hammer. The entire hammer was as big as a house and exuded pure spiritual thoughts. Chapter 907. Seeing the tall Zi Chen, Mr. Wu was completely dumbfounded, and his whole person transformed from the state of sword light into a human body. He looked horrified and pointed his finger at Zi Chen, his voice trembling. You. At this moment, seeing Zi Chen like this, Mr. Wu did not know what to say, because the other party's spiritual senses were too strong and too vast. Although the control of spiritual senses was still extremely weak, and the light of spiritual senses on the entire hammerhead was not very condensed and was still dissipating, but the other party had a lot of spiritual senses. No matter how much you dissipate, it will be replenished in the next moment. This spiritual sense was beyond imagination, beyond Mr. Wu's imagination. If the other party really knew how to attack with spiritual senses, with such spiritual senses, he would be killed in an instant. Mr. Wu was a native of this world, and he was most proud of his own spiritual senses. His spiritual senses were much stronger than He Bai's, but in front of Zi Chen, compared to Zi Chen's vast spiritual senses, it was really weak. Zi Chen jokingly swung the light hammer in his hand and smashed directly at Mr. Wu below. At this moment, in the face of Zi Chen's vast spiritual senses, Mr. Wu was already desperate, so much so that his resistance became less active. In this situation, there was no doubt that he would die. Boom! The light hammer smashed directly on the top of Mr. Wu's head with great force. Then, with a loud explosion, the light hammer above Mr. Wu's head shattered. That's right, Mr. Wu was still intact, but the menacing light hammer above his head had directly cracked open. This kind of feeling, it was as if the hammerhead was a piece of tofu dregs, so fragile. The light hammer dispersed and turned into a ball of golden light. This golden light wasn't as vast as one would expect. It was just a ball of golden light. Soon, this golden light reformed into a light hammer again. This time, it was an even bigger light hammer. Mr. Wu's eyes widened again, his eyes were full of shock and disbelief, because he saw that the newly formed light hammer turned out to be hollow. The hollow light hammer was not as good as a piece of tofu dregs. Even if Mr. Wu stood there and let it kill him, he would not be killed. Sure enough, the light hammer once again fell, with a whistling sound, with the force of 10,000 catties, it fell on Mr. Wu's head. With another bang, the hammer of light dispersed again. This time, even the hammer of light dispersed. The tall figure of Zi Chen in front of him also became blurry. Mr. Wu's eyes widened. His eyes were full of madness. He couldn't help but shout, damn it, you tricked me." Mr. Wu was furious and mad. He had been tricked. What vast as the sea of spiritual thoughts. What weak control of spiritual thoughts. It was all fake. It was all a lie. What made up the tall figure and the huge hammer was just a small mass of spiritual thoughts. The things formed by spiritual thoughts were hollow, like a building made of paper that would break with a single poke. However, Zi Chen's performance was too realistic, so much so that Mr. Wu misjudged him. He thought that Zi Chen's spiritual thoughts were as vast as the sea, but that Zi Chen did not have enough control over his spiritual thoughts and was unable to fully condense them. This discovery made Mr. Wu extremely annoyed. He actually stupidly did not defend himself. He was waiting for death and let the two hammers hit his head. However, this kind of garbage, not to mention two hammers, even 20 or 2 hammers would not be able to kill him. But before Mr. Wu could feel proud of himself, his face changed greatly. This time, real despair emerged. He looked up at the tall figure of Zi Chen in front of him that was gradually disappearing. His eyes were full of resentment. The other party's calculation was obviously to delay the time, and the result of this delay was to let the real spiritual thoughts behind him return. Everything that happened was a long story, but in fact, it happened in a flash. Mr. Wu saw Zi Chen in despair. Zi Chen paused for a moment, then waved the hammer and hit him twice. During this time, the thousands of golden swords were enough to return, and when they returned, they could turn into a big sword. The big sword whistled and went straight for Mr. Wu's back. Mr. Wu let out an unwilling and desperate voice, "I'm ruthless." The big sword went through his chest without any accident. Mr. Wu's figure dissipated, but his unwilling voice still echoed in Zichen's mind. He was indeed resentful. He had the ability to kill Zichen, but he missed the opportunity. After thinking about Zichen's plan, it was full of loopholes. Who in the world could have a stronger spiritual thought than him, a Renuan cultivator who majored in spiritual thoughts? Moreover, it turned into such a big spiritual thought. This level of spiritual thought, Mr. Wu could not transform into it even in his heyday. Loopholes, there were loopholes everywhere, but unfortunately, Mr. Wu found it too late. His unwilling voice also disappeared in Zichen's mind. Mr. Wu died, and Zichen's spiritual thought appeared. The light was extremely dim, and his whole person was much weaker. In the outside world, just as the monster ape retracted the demonic aura, Zichen opened his eyes. Zichen opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed. The monster ape held the black rod, pointed at Zichen, and shouted, "Who are you?" Zichen did not speak, because his face was extremely pale. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole person fell to the ground. The monster ape quickly retracted the rod and turned into a black light to catch Zichen. At this moment, Zichen's spiritual breath was released. The monster ape knew that it was Zichen, and his face immediately showed joy. The monster ape helped Zichen to the ground, and then Zichen sat cross-legged, swallowed an elixir to recover his spiritual thoughts, and began to recover the damage to his spiritual thoughts. In today's battle with Mr. Wu, Zichen won mysteriously. After an hour, Zichen opened his eyes. The damage to his spiritual thoughts was almost healed with the help of the elixir. Opening his eyes, Zichen saw the monster ape. He was rummaging through some corpses, and seemed to be looking for something. "What are you looking for?" Zichen asked. "You're awake, how do you feel?" The monster ape asked. "I'm okay." Zichen nodded. Now that he recalled the battle with Mr. Wu, Zichen still had lingering fears. Seeing that Zichen was in good condition, the monster ape did not ask more, but said, "I'm looking for the spiritual rings on their bodies, but I can't find them. Their cultivation method is very strange. If you're unprepared, you'll definitely suffer a great loss." Zichen nodded. He had almost suffered a great loss. Mr. Wu's battle prowess was not as good as his. If he had been a little more careful and avoided the spiritual sense attack, he would have been able to kill Mr. Wu with a single shot. It was very easy. The same was true for the monster ape. He could kill a mutated beast in human form with one hit, but he was almost killed. That cultivation method is indeed very strange. Look carefully. Although I don't agree with abandoning the physical body to attack with spiritual thoughts, when encountering an attack of this level, it's fine to use spiritual thoughts to defend, Zichen said. Previously, the monster ape had been guarding Zichen and did not go far. Now that Zichen was awake, the monster ape no longer had any scruples and headed toward Mr. Wu's cave residence. Along the way, human corpses were still there, proving that no one had been here. Mr. Wu did not have a spiritual ring, so the harvest was very likely to be in the cave residence. The monster ape came to the cave residence and searched for a while. During this period, it found a lot of useful things, and these things were almost all related to spiritual thoughts. After that, the monster ape used the delusion breaker eye and found that there was a restriction in the cave residence. After forcefully breaking it, it found the place where Mr. Wu hid his treasures. Most of these things were resources, and among them, the monster ape also saw a cultivator's spiritual ring, which was obviously obtained by killing the trial takers. In the center of the entire treasury, there was a jade stone platform, and on the stone platform were 2 jade slips. The jade slips were the size of a palm and emitted a bright light. The monster ape's figure flashed and arrived next to the stone platform. It took out a jade slip and probed it with its spiritual thoughts. However, as soon as its spiritual thoughts probed, the monster ape snorted and instantly blushed. It threw the jade slip away. "What is this?" Zichen took the jade slip curiously and probed it with his spiritual thoughts. In the jade slip, there were many images, which recorded all kinds of positions and images of men and women having sex. Zichen's face was slightly red. This is a kind of dual cultivation technique, but it's between a man and a woman. Who would have thought that Mr. Wu, this pervert, would be able to cultivate it to such a realm? Zichen retracted his spiritual sense and then put away the jade piece. The monster ape took a deep look at Zichen, and Zichen's face showed a touch of embarrassment. He explained, "This thing is harmful to people, so it's better for us to put it away." The monster ape did not speak, but gave the other jade slip to Zichen. Zichen took the jade slip and probed it with his spiritual thoughts again. After perceiving what was recorded in it, his body shook slightly. This jade slip recorded a kind of cultivation method, which specialized in spiritual thoughts. What shocked Zichen was that this cultivation method of spiritual thoughts was actually similar to the cultivation method he obtained in the holy burial ground. It was not an exaggeration to say that the two were part of the same cultivation method, and after verifying each other, Zichen found that this was an amazing cultivation method. Zichen even felt that this was the real cultivation method recorded in the heavenly book. However, this thing was still incomplete. Although the spiritual thoughts cultivated were extraordinary, it still could not reach the level of perfection. Moreover, if it had to be divided, then what Zichenjue had obtained was the first part, and what was here was the second part. Just as Zichen was comprehending the cultivation method, the monster ape had already put away everything here. Zichen put down the jade slip, glanced around, and said, "Deal with the body. We will cultivate here for the rest of the time, and wait for the heavenly book to appear." The monster ape nodded. After Hei went back, he never came here again because he was afraid of making Mr. Wu unhappy. He guessed that Mr. Wu should be in high spirits. Time passed, and soon, several months had passed. More and more challengers came here. Their purpose was very unified, which was to obtain the heavenly book. However, before the heavenly book appeared, there was a tacit agreement not to fight. Just as the 1,000-year time limit was about to end, in the center of this world, a storm appeared out of thin air. This storm went straight to the sky, making a rumbling sound that spread throughout the world. Chapter 908. The storm tore the space apart and went straight to heaven and earth. The power of destruction produced by the storm was beyond human power. The storm was pitch black, which was caused by the shattering of space. Around the storm, there were flashes of light, causing the space to constantly distort and form the power of rules. The power of rules froze the storm, making it shake but unable to spread or expand. Otherwise, if the storm was allowed to grow, the whole world would be swept up by the storm and torn to pieces. After the storm appeared, it produced a strong suction force. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this world was madly converging towards the storm. The storm was shaking and rumbling. As long as one was in this world, they could feel the vibration caused by the storm. Many experts opened their eyes when they sensed the tremors. Their eyes flashed with light. At this moment, in the whole world, a strong aura appeared. This aura made people's hearts palpitate and terrified. 1,000 years, another 1,000 years have passed. The heavenly book has reappeared. 1,000 years have passed. I wonder how many old friends I can see this time. I tried to suppress it for 1,000 years, but my realm still reached the limit of this world. It seems that this is the last chance to fight for the heavenly book. Once I miss it, I won't have another chance in this life. After a series of powerful auras appeared, they were accompanied by a series of voices. Hei's eyes flashed. When the vibration came, he summoned a group of people. The leader was Bai He, who was in the human origin realm. Looking at Bai He, Hei asked, "Bai He, are you ready?" Bai He nodded. She looked valiant in her armor. She said loudly, "I've been ready for 1,000 years." Hei's eyes swept over the humans behind Bai He. These were the indigenous people. They had been subdued by Hei 1,000 years ago and had followed him for 1,000 years. "This time, we must get the heavenly book," Hei said loudly. "We must get it," the indigenous people shouted. "Are we going to find Mr. Wu?" Bai He asked before they set off. Hei shook his head and said, "No, he will bring people there." On the second day after the storm appeared, He Ba led a group of people to the storm. After the vibration, Zi Chen also woke up from his seclusion. The storm had caused too much movement and involved the power of rules. As long as he was in this world, he could not cultivate. The devil ape opened its eyes at the same time, and a bright light flashed in its eyes. After nearly a year of closed-door cultivation, the two of them focused on comprehending the incomplete spirit cultivation technique. This world seemed to be very beneficial to the growth of spiritual senses. In just a short year, the two spiritual senses had undergone tremendous changes. Among them, the most significant change was reflected in the attack and defense of their spiritual senses. Today, if they were to face an exotic beast or Mr. Wu again, Zi Chen and the devil ape would not be so embarrassed. Even if the two sides used pure spiritual senses to fight, the two were confident that they would not be defeated, because the cultivation methods they cultivated were more powerful than Mr. Wu's. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and the earth was shaking. Rocks were falling from the ceiling of the cave, and the spiritual qi in the whole world became even more violent, surging towards the same place. The heaven and earth spirit qi directly guided the two of them to the direction of the storm. After the two of them left the cave, they turned into two rays of light and went forward. At this moment, if one was in the sky above the entire world, one would be able to see that everything in this world was converging towards one place. And this place was the very center of the storm. The people from the 5 elements forces had arrived. There were at least 5 people from each side, and all of them were Xiantian warriors. Their realms had reached the human origin realm, and their combat power was no weaker than the spiritual body of the origin core realm. After successfully breaking through to the human origin realm, they had a deeper understanding of Xiantian techniques, and their combat power was naturally tyrannical. It could be said that none of the trial testers who dared to come here to snatch the tomes of heaven were weak. If one really had to find some weak people, then the former leader of the sword sect, Sword Ninja, was definitely one of them. The 5 elements forces had arrived early, and they were divided into 5 groups, led by 5 Xiantian warriors of the human origin realm. At this moment, the 5 groups did not communicate, but each of them accompanied the other. In addition to the 5 elements forces, there were other forces in the other directions of the storm. The sword sect was naturally one of the forces, and in addition to the sword sect, the domineering Dao clan had also appeared. This clan cultivated the domineering fist technique, which was extremely powerful. It was one of the most powerful techniques of the ancient clan, and after it was passed down, it became the domineering Dao clan. In addition, in another direction, there stood a man in black. His entire body was covered in black, and no one could see his face. He stood there alone, but he occupied the position of one of the forces. This was the Heavenly Kill Alliance, the Shiji clan. At this moment, only one person appeared, which meant that the others were hiding in the dark. Not far away from the Shiji clan, there were a few big men. These were real big men, and they were all over 2 meters tall. Their arms were as thick as a normal person's thigh, and at a glance, they looked like giant bears. These were all body cultivators, and their bodies contained an extremely powerful force. These were the forces behind them. Relying on their status as controllers, they had paid a huge price to forcibly send them here. During this period of time, they had to step on the ancient road, and only the second half of the ancient road could they enter. In addition to the various forces, there were occasionally a few rogue cultivators who had great luck. They were lucky enough to reach here, but looking at the number of powerhouses in the group, even if they were lucky enough to reach here, they would not gain much. At this moment, almost all of the external forces had arrived. Although there was no hostility between the two sides, they were in a state of alert. Almost all of their gazes fell on the storm, waiting for the passage in the storm to open. Lights and shadows appeared in the sky, successfully attracting the attention of these trial challengers. 2 people came from the north, a man and a woman, one in black and one in white. The 2 of them came side by side. The trial challengers' gazes fell on the 2 of them, and their eyes were filled with doubt and curiosity. This was because their powerful spiritual senses could not detect the 2 of them. The crowd, who did not care at first, looked a lot more dignified in the next moment. "Hey BA, you haven't left here yet." At this moment, a voice came from the west, and then a figure appeared in the distance. Hey Ba and Bai He turned their heads and saw the person who had arrived. Hey Ba's pupils shrank, and he said, Wu Chang, it's you. You haven't left yet. Wu Chang laughed heartily when he heard this. However, before he could finish laughing, an even louder voice came from the north. I thought I wouldn't meet many acquaintances this time, but I didn't expect to see the two of you as soon as I arrived. It seems that it will take a lot of effort to successfully snatch the heavenly book this time. Amidst the laughter, a young man flew over from the north. Zheng Qing, you haven't left either. Hey Ba's gaze fell on the young man again. You haven't left, so how can I leave? The young man named Zheng Qing sneered, and then his slightly cold eyes looked at the other forces. What a big lineup. It seems that the scale this time is even bigger than the last time. Another voice came from the sky. These were considered local experts. Previously, the other forces did not take them seriously because they were too few in number. However, when they arrived one after another, they found that their spiritual senses could not detect each other, and they could not detect each other's realms. Their expressions became dignified. 6 people from the local forces had come, and these 6 people were familiar with each other. After arriving from different directions, they walked together, looking like an alliance. However, listening to their unscrupulous discussion, it was obvious that their relationship was not very good. Even if it was an alliance, it was only temporary. Almost everyone is here, but why don't I see that pervert? The young man named Zheng Qing suddenly asked. He should be here for this kind of occasion. It stands to reason that he should be looking for prey earlier than us. Wu Chang also said. Maybe he is enjoying himself in the cave residence. Every time this happens, it is the time when he is most comfortable and happy. Everyone's gaze fell on Hey Ba, which made Hey Ba stunned, and then asked, Why are you looking at me? Wu Chang smiled and said, Among us, you have the closest relationship with that pervert. You should know his movements. Hearing the words close relationship, Hey Ba's expression changed, and then he shouted, Wu Chang, don't talk nonsense. I just have some dealings with Mr. Wu. As for why he did not appear, how would I know? But I think he should be overindulging and should be here soon. Zheng Qing sneered and said, That pervert's behavior is disgusting. He hasn't come for so long, could he have been killed? Hey Ba shook his head and said, Impossible, I saw him a year ago, and his strength is there. In this world, who can easily kill him? Just as they were talking, another light shadow appeared on the horizon. Zheng Qing said, He's here. No, it's not that pervert. Just as they were talking, the light shadow on the horizon approached. It was 2 people, one was a human in a black robe, the other was an alien. They were far away, and no one could perceive the 2 with their spiritual sense. But when the 2 came closer and everyone saw them clearly, many people's expressions changed. It's you. Zi Chen. Zi Chen, it's Zi Chen. Following that, there were cries of surprise. Some came from the local forces, while others came from the foreign forces. It was Zi Chen and the monster ape. Seeing that they were still alive, Hey Ba's expression changed greatly, and his eyes were full of disbelief, as was Bai He next to him. At the same time, the 2 also heard the exclamations from the trial takers, and they suddenly felt that something was wrong. Obviously, Zi Chen and the monster ape had an extraordinary background. Hey Ba's expression changed greatly, which made Zheng Qing and the others curious. Zheng Qing asked, Hey Ba, do you know them? But before Hey Ba could answer, there were a few more exclamations from the trial takers. The exclamations were very loud, and everyone heard them clearly. Chapter 909. The exclamation was extremely loud, and everyone heard it clearly. Zi Chen actually had a page of the heavenly book. This caused everyone's attention to fall on Zi Chen and the monster ape. Their gazes wandered around wantonly. Their eyes were filled with hostility, greed, and desire. However, Zi Chen and the devil ape did not seem to have sensed their gazes as they flew straight ahead. The heavenly book was a fatal temptation to everyone. Zheng Qing and the others' eyes flashed. Beside them, Hey Ba was also shocked by the content of the exclamation, and then said with a wry smile, It seems that Mr. Wu can't come. Several people's eyes moved from Zi Chen and the monster ape to Hey Ba. Hei Bai's expression was extremely bitter. He said, 2 years ago, my subordinates found the two of them and I brought them back. I thought they were ordinary warriors of the innate realm and would not be of much help to this trip to the heavenly book, so I brought them to Mr. Wu a year ago. When they heard this, their expressions immediately changed. They naturally knew what kind of person Mr. Wu was and what kind of person he was. As long as someone came to him, he would torture them to death. It was impossible for them to leave alive. However, the situation now was that the two of them were alive, and they heard that the other party had a page of the heavenly book. The possibility of Mr. Wu being alive was almost zero. While their expressions changed, they sighed in their hearts. The pervert they often called dead was really dead this time. Since Zi Chen had the heavenly book and could kill Mr. Wu, his power was naturally not weak. Even at this moment, when everyone heard that he had the heavenly book, they did not immediately take action but kept thinking. The next moment, another exclamation sounded, "It's Zi Chen, it's him." I saw it clearly at that time. After he killed the spiritual body of the Hua family, the aboriginals gave him a page of the heavenly book. Yes, when the spiritual body of the Hua family was killed and the heavenly book appeared, it caused a huge sensation in the gathering place. This exclamation was very complete and very timely. When Hei Bai and the others, as well as those who did not know about Zi Chen's achievements, heard it, their expressions naturally changed again. Before the other party obtained the heavenly book, he could even kill the spiritual body. His combat power is not to be underestimated. Mr. Wu, you are simply courting death by looking for him. Seng Qing and the others looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. As expected, not attacking immediately was a wise choice. The other party could even kill a spirit body, so he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Hei Bai and Bai He looked at each other and saw the bitterness and regret in each other's eyes. They had the opportunity to become friends with an expert who had killed a spirit and possessed the tomes of arcane, but they missed the opportunity. This was one of the reasons they regretted. Another reason was that when Zi Chen and the monster ape had just arrived, they had not yet comprehended the tomes of arcane. If he had made up his mind and joined forces with Mr. Wu, they might have been able to kill him. If they had killed Zi Chen back then, the two of them would have been able to obtain a page of the heavenly book. That would have been a huge gain. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to realize it now. The matter of the spiritual body being destroyed was already public knowledge among the trial takers, so when Zi Chen appeared, everyone just looked at him in amazement. Because he had killed the spiritual body, it did not cause a sensation again. Although there was the power of rules surging outside the storm, it was still extremely terrifying. Zi Chen and the monster ape saw it from afar, and the surprise in their eyes was no less than the others. The two deliberately bypassed the storm and flew over. The monster ape saw Hei Bai from afar, and at the same time signaled Zi Chen to look over. Zi Chen saw Hei Bai in the crowd in the air. After landing, he strode towards Hei Bai with the monster ape. Hei Bai's face slowly became gloomy, and next to him, by his face also had a touch of frost. As Zi Chen approached, his expression gradually became unfriendly. His goal was clear, and he was going straight for Hei Bai. Seng Qing and the others looked at each other and took a step back. Obviously, they were using their actions to show that it was none of their business. As Zi Chen approached, Hei Bai's fists were clenched tightly. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his mind was tense to the extreme. If Zi Chen made any move, or showed any intention of attacking, he would attack. Although attacking now would mess up all his arrangements, this was the price he had to pay for underestimating Zi Chen's combat power, even if he had to use some of his trump cards now. As he approached, the unfriendliness in Zi Chen's eyes gradually disappeared, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. When he was in front of Hei Bai, he smiled faintly and said to Hei Bai, "Don't be excited, don't be nervous, and relax. I have a good temper, and I am soft-hearted. Since you told me a lot of secrets, I will temporarily suppress the urge to kill you. No matter what, I will let you live to see the heavenly book." Hei Bai's face was gloomy, and his expression was twisted with anger. However, he suppressed it in the end and did not immediately attack. Beside him, the eyes of the others flashed with a strange light as they looked at Zi Chen. At this moment, Everyone's eyes were on Zichen. This was because not only did he kill the Hue clan's spiritual body, but he also had a page of the heavenly book on him. Everyone had come here for the heavenly book, and now that Zichen had a page, many people had strange thoughts. At this moment, the expressions of the trial takers changed, and their spiritual thoughts quickly transmitted their confidence. However, no matter how much they thought and discussed, no one attacked Zichen. With so many people here, no one wanted to be the first to attack Zichen. This was because Zichen with the heavenly book was very dangerous. The death rate was very high if they attacked first. After thinking about it, Zheng Qing and the others also gave up on the idea of attacking Zichen together. Even if they attacked together and killed Zichen, it might not be good, because there were still many trial takers from other factions eyeing them covetously. It was because of this that Zichen was able to walk through a pack of wolves unscathed. Of course, the premise was that Zichen was not a sheep, but a tiger, a fierce tiger. After saying this to He Ba, he turned around and left, leaving He Ba with his back. However, He Ba was unable to do anything to Zichen in front of this back. The fact that he had killed a spiritual body put a lot of pressure on He Ba. He felt that there were many unforeseen events in this treasure hunt. Just as Zichen was walking without fear, a cold voice rang out, "You are the one who killed my Hue clan's spiritual body." 5 trial takers walked over. They were all wearing flame-like armor. From a distance, they looked like 5 balls of fire. With such obvious attire, they were obviously not afraid of being recognized as members of the Hue clan. The 5 of them stepped forward and blocked Zichen's path. Obviously, they were here to cause trouble for Zichen. They knew that Zichen had killed a spiritual body and comprehended the heavenly book. Yet, they still dared to cause trouble for Zichen. It was obvious that they were very confident. Seeing that Zichen was blocked, He Ba, Zheng Qing, and the other local factions' expressions turned ugly. The battle for the heavenly book was going to be very bad, because they were not even afraid of someone who had killed a spiritual body before. Zichen glanced at the human origin stage Hue clan members in front of him and sneered, "Not only did I kill a spiritual body of the Hue clan, I also killed the Hue clan's Xiantian realm cultivator, Hue Sai. If you think about it carefully, I have killed a lot of people from the Hue clan." Zichen's lips curled into a mocking smile. He then asked, "Why? Are you asking me for confirmation? Are you trying to cause trouble for me? You're courting death," the leader of the Hue clan said angrily. Zichen's face was still full of mockery. He smiled and said, "Hue Sai and the spiritual body of the Hue clan have said the same thing to me before, but they are all dead." Zichen's threat made the 5 people's expressions turn ugly. However, it was obviously unrealistic to think that a threat could make the 5 of them retreat. "You're courting death," the leader of the Hue clan shouted again. Then, his body flashed and flames rose around him. He directly turned into a ray of fire and rushed towards Zichen. The other party did not say much and directly attacked. Moreover, he was the first to attack Zichen. He was full of confidence. When the local forces saw this, their expressions turned ugly. Obviously, the other party had come prepared. Perhaps, the second spiritual body of the Hue clan was hiding in the dark. Xiantian Yuan Qi surged. The Yuan Qi of the Hue clan was emitting a terrifying aura. He rushed towards Zichen and launched a powerful attack. The flames swept out with a roaring sound. They were like rolling waves of flames that wreaked havoc towards Zichen. Facing this attack, Zichen's expression did not change. He only snorted coldly and said, "You are the one who is courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen clenched his fist. A golden fist light appeared on the surface of his fist. Perfect strength began to surge. Then, Zichen punched out. The golden fist was dazzling. It was like a blazing golden sun. The golden fist light directly hit the flames. The 2 types of energy collided, causing a loud explosion. Then, the void distorted violently. The golden and fire energies formed ripples that began to spread. Just as the ripples spread, a figure could be seen retreating pathetically from the ripples. It was the Yuan Qi of the Hue clan. As a Xiantian realm martial artist, he was strong in battle. However, he was actually pushed back by Zichen with a single attack. As for Zichen, he stood still after the attack. He allowed the energy to wreak havoc around him. He did not move at all. After being pushed back by a single attack, Yuan Qi of the Hu clan's expression changed slightly. He knew that there was a gap between the two of them, but he did not expect it to be so obvious. It was only a single exchange. It was far from enough to determine the winner. Moreover, he still had many mysterious techniques that he had not used yet. At this moment, Zichen snorted coldly and said, "You're not even qualified to test my strength. You are dreaming if you think you can kill me with just this little bit of strength." Faced with Zichen's mockery, Yuan Qi of the Hu clan roared again and stepped forward. He was in a group of 5. However, he was the only one who attacked at this moment. The other 4 did not attack. Just as the Yuan Qi of the Hu clan was about to attack Zichen for the second time, the experts of the 5 elements were secretly discussing how to kill Zichen. Chapter 9-10. At this moment, the experts of the 5 factions were discussing. They were transmitting their voices to each other, intending to join forces to deal with Zichen. Zichen's battle prowess was very strong. He could already kill spiritual bodies 2 years ago. After 2 years, no one would think that Zichen's battle prowess was still the same as before. Therefore, the only way to kill Zichen and obtain the heavenly book was to join forces with the 5 factions. Of course, the more factions that joined forces, the better. Unfortunately, there was only 1 page of the heavenly book. If too many factions joined forces, it would be extremely difficult to distribute them. Just as they were discussing, the Hu family's expert had already displayed a mysterious Xiantian-level attack. Each of the opponent's attacks contained blazing flame energy, and within that flame energy, there was also a trace of fire poison. This fire poison was fatal to outsiders, but to Zichen's perfect body, the fire poison couldn't invade his body at all. The fire poison was ineffective, and the Xiantian realm technique couldn't do anything to Zichen. Zichen's battle prowess was clearly stronger than his opponent's. After every clash, his opponent was knocked back again and again. However, Zichen's current battle prowess could only suppress a human origin realm's Xiantian realm warrior. Although it was terrifying, it was still within a controllable range. The battle continued. Zichen's inability to injure his opponent boosted everyone's confidence again. However, at this moment, Zichen's cold voice suddenly rang out, "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen's attack suddenly changed. He still threw out a golden punch, but this punch contained 2 types of Yuan Li. These 2 types of Yuan Li were both Xiantian Yuan Li, and they were polar opposites. When He Ba and the rest saw this, their expressions changed drastically. They cried out involuntarily, "Xiantian Yuan Li." 2 polar opposites of Xiantian Yuan Li. One person has 2 types of Xiantian Yuan Li? How is this possible? He Ba and the rest cried out in alarm. At the same time, the tyrannical Dao clan watching from afar also cried out in alarm. This is our tyrannical Dao clan's Xiantian realm technique. When Zichen's aura changed, his entire aura also underwent an earth-shattering change. At this moment, he was like an imposing giant, filled with a domineering and terrifying aura. This was the tyrannical fist, a Xiantian technique belonging to the tyrannical Dao clan. Moreover, it seemed to be very profound, as if its level was even higher than the tyrannical techniques of the clan. Zichen punched out, and the dazzling light of his fist filled the air. Within the light of his fist, there was an unimaginable power. When the human origin stage cultivator sensed this power, his expression changed, and he switched from attacking to defending. All of the flames that were released from his body were retracted and compressed, forming a fiery light shield in front of him. The fiery light shield was shining with a bright red light, and a powerful aura was surging around him. The defense formed by a Xiantian warrior at the human origin realm would be hard to break. Zichen's fist landed on the flame light shield, and the domineering energy exploded on the flame light shield. In addition to the domineering energy, there was also the collision of yin and yang energy. Above the flame light shield, a destructive force appeared out of nowhere. Under this force, the super strong flame light shield started to crack, and the crack started to spread, making cracking sounds. After reaching a limit, the flame light shield exploded with a loud bang. The flame light shield exploded, but the power of the fist did not dissipate. Without the flame light shield, the power of the fist dispersed, turning into a small energy storm. The human origin stage cultivator bore the brunt of it, and was sucked in by the energy storm. Then, a scream came out from the energy storm, followed by another explosion. The human origin stage cultivator rushed out of the storm, coughing up blood. His eyes were filled with horror. After the human origin stage cultivator rushed out of the storm, he retreated awkwardly, and was protected by the 4 people from the fire tribe. His eyes were filled with fear. If he had reacted a little slower when facing Zi Chen's powerful attack, he would not have been far away from death. However, after injuring the human origin stage cultivator, Zi Chen did not go forward to kill him. Not only did he not go forward, but he also took 3 steps back. As soon as Zi Chen stepped back, a murderous intent appeared in the air. This murderous intent appeared where Zi Chen had been standing. A crack appeared in the air, and a sword light flashed forward, disappearing in a flash. Everything in front of him was an illusion of Zi Chen's sight and perception. In fact, the moment he felt the murderous intent, the sword light had already finished its attack and disappeared. This was the killing blow that Zi Chen could not be more familiar with. However, when it was used by a cultivator at this level, its power was even more unimaginable. Even Zi Chen felt a sense of confusion. If it were not for the demon ape's warning, Zi Chen would have been severely injured, if not killed. The assassin's body disappeared along with the sword light after his attack failed. Right at this moment, behind Zi Chen, where the demon ape was standing, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared. The demon ape's eyes flashed red, and the delusion breaker eye appeared. 2 red sword-like eyes scanned the surroundings. As the eyes opened and closed, the demon ape's black stick, which was filled with a terrifying aura, suddenly smashed down in front of it. The air was shattered by the demon ape's attack, and a figure covered in a black robe appeared. In his hand, there was a long sword that was as black as ink. The demon ape's sudden attack obviously shocked the opponent. His attack was slightly delayed, and the black stick came down on his head. Boom! With a loud sound, the black stick hit the opponent's body. A huge force began to surge, and the man in black was sent flying. However, after flying for dozens of meters, he disappeared into the air. The demon ape's attack did not kill him. At the critical moment, the assassin still managed to put up an effective defense. Those who dared to come here were all powerful cultivators. It was unrealistic to kill them with a single attack. Zi Chen injured a cultivator of the human origin stage with a single attack. The assassin appeared and failed to kill Zi Chen. The demon ape used its strength to push back an assassin who was about to attack him. All of this happened in a flash, and no one could react. However, at this moment, Zi Chen, who had just stepped back, took 5 steps forward and 3 steps to the side. He reached out his right hand and pointed in front of him. What Zi Chen pointed out was his middle finger. A bright light flickered between his fingers, releasing an aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. In this attack, Zi Chen had used his finger bone, and at the same time, he had mobilized the 2 types of Xiantian Yuan Qi in his body. A small finger contained a huge amount of power. As the power of this finger exploded in the air, a black hole appeared in the air. A ripple of light spread out from Zi Chen's finger. Wherever the ripple of light passed, the space was constantly distorted. In the space where the black hole appeared, there was a shocked figure. It was the assassin who had failed to attack him. After that, Zi Chen pointed at his chest. However, at this critical moment, a sword light flashed. It was the assassin's sharp blade that blocked Zi Chen's attack. When Zi Chen's finger touched the blade, a ding sound rang out, followed by a catcher sound. This extraordinarily sharp blade had been shattered by Zi Chen's finger. At the same time, Zi Chen's finger once again moved forward and touched his opponent's chest. Puff! After a soft sound, a finger hole appeared in the assassin's chest. The hole went straight through his back, and a stream of blood essence spurted out. Then, a strong force pushed the assassin back. In the process of being pushed back, the assassin's body was still vibrating with the energy ripples from Zi Chen's attack. This force seemed to be tearing the assassin apart. There was a trace of pity in Zichen's cold eyes. This was because the assassin had swallowed a treasure pill at the critical moment. The powerful force did not tear his opponent apart, thus saving his life. Before Zichen could catch up with his attack, the assassin's flying figure disappeared into the void. After that, the devil ape informed Zichen through the delusion breaker eye that the assassin had escaped. The 4 attacks ended in an instant, and no one had time to react. As for the 5 elements forces who wanted to join forces to kill Zichen, they forcibly stopped their voice transmissions when Zichen suddenly erupted. Their gazes fell on Zichen. Their expressions were stunned, shocked, and at the same time, full of fear. Obviously, 3 of the 4 attacks were from Zichen's side, and 3 of them had been severely injured. As for the last attack, it was from the assassin, Zhangkong. The delusion breaker eye that the devil ape had just displayed was extremely frightening. Zichen had been able to detect the assassin's attack because of the devil ape. However, Zichen had been able to injure a human-origin powerhouse in 2 attacks, and had almost killed another assassin. The strength that he had displayed was enough to shock everyone. What should we do? Should we kill him or not? After the shock, the 5 elements forces sent another transmission, but this time, there was not much confidence in their words. The others had also lost their previous decisiveness, and now they were hesitating. Kill him? Why shouldn't we kill him? That's all there is to his battle strength. If you all join forces, you can kill the 2 of them. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice transmission sounded in the sea of consciousness of the 5 elements faction experts. Hearing this voice transmission, everyone was stunned, and their expressions immediately changed. Kill him, we must kill him. How dare he be so arrogant after obtaining the heavenly book? This time, we will make sure that he never leaves. Another transmission sounded, and the voice was filled with killing intent. Let's kill Zichen before the storm starts. When the passage appears in the storm, we will snatch the other page of the heavenly book. Once we succeed, we will obtain 2 pages of the heavenly book. When the third voice rang out, the expressions of the people from the 5 elements forces had clearly become agitated. This was because this voice did not come from one of them. Instead, it was the greatest reliance of the 5 elements forces in this fight for the heavenly tomes. Spiritual body, another spiritual body. The expressions of the people from the 5 elements forces suddenly became agitated, which naturally attracted the attention of the crowd. When they saw their greedy and naked gazes land on Zichen, they seemed to understand what was going to happen. The people from the Hue clan did not leave, and those who were injured earlier had also taken pills to recover from their injuries. In the next moment, the 5 people's eyes flashed with killing intent, and they rushed towards Zichen. Just as the 5 people moved, the other 4 forces also rushed over from the other 4 directions. Zichen's mouth slowly curled into a sneer, and then his cold voice sounded, "Looks like it's time for a massacre." Chapter 9:11. The devil ape stepped forward and stared at the members of the Hue family with its blood-red eyes. It shouted coldly, "Kill!" He pointed his black staff at the sky and a terrifying aura came from it. The devil ape was surrounded by black light and surged with demonic aura and killing intent. Not far away, the trial takers of the other forces saw that the 5 elements forces were about to attack. Their eyes flashed and they began to retreat, leaving enough space for Zichen and the others to fight. As they retreated, they quickly communicated with their spiritual thoughts. Obviously, they were discussing what benefits they could get in the next battle. Hei and the others were also shocked. However, the battle did not start. Before the members of the Hue family could reach Zichen, there was a loud sound. The sound came from the storm in front of them. The storm shook and the power of rules emerged from it. This power of rules was extremely strong. It turned into a ripple and spread in all directions. Wherever the ripple passed, it carried a strange power. This power was ineffective against those standing on the ground, but it had a huge impact on those in the air. At this moment, almost all the powerhouses of the 5 elements forces were flying towards Zichen. This caused the power of rules to hit them and create a huge force. This huge force pushed their bodies back uncontrollably. Their bodies flew back uncontrollably. There was a little panic on their faces and they cried out in alarm. When Ba and the others saw this scene, their faces immediately changed. They all turned their heads and stared at the storm in front of them. The fluctuations were spreading. This was the rhythm of the opening of the passage. In the blink of an eye, there were no enemies in front of Zichen. This made him, who was ready to fight, look stunned. The devil ape withdrew his staff and was also stunned. In the distance, everyone's faces flashed with surprise. The members of the Five Elements forces were directly blasted dozens of miles away by the power of rules. After the power of rules that filled their bodies slowly dissipated, they fell heavily on the ground. They were very embarrassed. They got up one after another, tidied their clothes, and flew towards Zichen again with their weapons. Seeing that they were still in the air, Ba and the others sneered. The passage was about to open, and the energy fluctuations would continue. It was impossible to fly here. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sound of tremors rang out again. The ripples of laws surged and dispersed, and those Five Elements faction powerhouses who had just arrived were once again sent flying. After being sent flying twice in a row, they naturally learned their lesson and no longer flew in the air. Instead, they ran over on foot. By the time they got there, the storm rumbled again, and the power of rules spread out. When they got close, no one was looking at them anymore. Everyone's attention was on the storm. The storm trembled from time to time, producing strange rule power. Naturally, the battle of life and death could not continue. Thus, everyone gave up on the idea of ganging up on Zichen and turned to look at the storm. While the storm was shaking, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi was crazily being absorbed by the storm. Under everyone's gaze, a distorted space appeared under the storm. This was a spatial barrier, not the void that Zichen and the others had shattered earlier. In this world, there were two kinds of void. One was the place where space turbulence existed outside the world. That was the void, which was also a place of nothingness. There were space turbulences that wreaked havoc all year round. As for the void that was usually mentioned, it was inside the space barrier, which was a small space within the world. This kind of void could be broken by human strength. However, at this moment, the power of distortion formed by the storm targeted the spatial barrier, which was the barrier of this world. Once it was broken, the corresponding spatial turbulence would be behind it. As the tremors intensified, the distorted space under the storm became more and more intense. Then, the distorted space formed a circle that was constantly expanding. After the distortion reached a limit, it finally shattered, and a constantly rotating and twisting passage appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This passageway was pitch black, and there was a constantly twisting energy all around. It was directly connected to the storm. This made people wonder if once they entered the passageway, they would be swept away by the storm and directly sent to the top. Or perhaps they would be swept into the chaotic flow of space by the storm. Although they were all cultivators and had the power to move mountains and fill seas, in the face of spatial turbulence, in the face of a storm that could destroy the world, they were still extremely weak. Everyone looked at each other. Just this passage alone was enough to make them feel apprehensive. This passage made people afraid, so when it opened, there was no scene of people fighting to enter. Such a situation had happened 1,000 years ago. At that time, Ba and the others were still considered newcomers. After 1,000 years, they were naturally not afraid. Almost as soon as the passage formed, they turned into cold bolts of lightning and rushed forward. The local forces, including Bai He, had a total of 7 people. At this moment, the 7 of them turned into 7 rays of light and rushed in. The 6 of them rushed in first, followed by Ba, who deliberately paused for half a beat. Before entering the passage, Ba turned his head to look at everyone, and a sinister smile flashed across his face. The 7 of them entered the passage and completely disappeared. During this period, no danger occurred. "Let's go." When the others saw this, they flashed and flew down the passage. For a moment, rays of light flashed and everyone flew in one after another. Everyone was still very afraid of the passage, so when the two sides entered, there was no conflict. After a dozen people entered, everyone felt that the passage was safe. Then, they heard a mournful scream coming from the passage. This scream was only halfway through before it stopped abruptly. Obviously, the person was dead. When the others heard this scream, their expressions changed greatly, and they subconsciously stopped. During their pause, Chen and the demon ape stepped into the pitch-black passage. The space around the passage was distorted, and there was a strong destructive force. This force could completely tear anyone present to shreds, but fortunately, the passage was large enough and the suction force was not targeted. As long as one did not deliberately walk to the edge, there would be no danger. After Chen and the demon ape entered the passage, they felt their bodies rising, as if they were being sucked to the top by a storm. During this time, rays of light appeared around them. These rays of light were extremely beautiful, emitting colorful light like ribbons. The moment he saw the ribbons, Chen's expression changed and he shouted, "Don't try to get close to the ribbons." The demon ape nodded, apparently also feeling a dangerous aura from the ribbons. Just as the two of them rose into the air, the ribbons casually scattered. The two of them hurriedly moved in a small area, displaying their movement skills to dodge. However, Chen's luck was not good. There were more ribbons, and he was still hit by one. After being hit, Chen's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. His face immediately turned pale and his eyes became dull. However, this situation did not last for more than a tenth of a breath before Chen's eyes regained their vigor. After opening his eyes, Chen warned, "Be careful, these ribbons contain extremely strong spiritual thoughts. It is considered a spiritual thought attack." Just now, after the ribbons hit him, they rushed straight to his knowledge sea. However, Chen's knowledge sea had already formed an impenetrable defense, and at the same time, it also had an extremely strong offensive power. As a result, as soon as the spiritual thoughts in the ribbons entered, Chen actively destroyed them. When Chen rose into the air, he saw another trial taker coming up from below. The other party's luck was even worse than his, and many ribbons fell towards him. These ribbons were extremely beautiful, and there was a hint of surprise on the other party's face. However, out of instinct, he did not want the ribbons to touch him, so he began to move. However, before he could move more than a few steps, he was hit by a ribbon. The spiritual thoughts in the ribbons began to attack the other party's knowledge sea. The latter could not help but let out a scream, and for a short time, he lost control of his body. The surrounding suction force, which was originally not fatal, began to pull the other party's body to the side after he lost control of his body and had no strength to support him. Next to him was the power of the distorted space and the power of the pitch-black storm. Its power was unimaginable, and as soon as the trial taker's figure landed on it, it was twisted into nothingness by this power. Above, Chen and the devil ape saw this scene, and there was fear in their eyes. At the same time, they felt extremely lucky. Fortunately, the two of them had been here for 2 years and strengthened their spiritual thoughts. That was how they managed to escape today. If the two of them had just arrived, their spiritual thoughts would not have been able to detect the abnormality of the ribbons, and they would not have tried their best to avoid them. The consequences would have been almost the same as the other parties. After the two of them reached their limit in the air, their vision became pitch black. Immediately after, a dazzling light flashed, and the two of them once again felt as if they were on solid ground. "We're here. Is this the place where the heavenly tomes will appear?" the devil ape shouted loudly after it steadied itself. Screams could be heard from time to time. After the others entered the storm, they became more careful. They also saw the ribbons. Although their spiritual thoughts could not detect the danger contained in the ribbons, with the previous screams as a reminder, they did not dare to be careless and tried their best to avoid them. Even so, there were still several trial takers who died under the ribbons. Just as all the cultivators entered, the void outside the passageway suddenly trembled. Following that, the void tore open as a black shadow appeared. As soon as the black shadow appeared, it entered the passageway at a speed as fast as a spectre. As soon as the black shadow disappeared, there was another flash of light. Then, the void broke open again, and this time, 5 people appeared from the void. These 5 people emitted 5-colored light, which represented the 5 elements. There was no need to deliberately introduce them. Seeing the 5 people emitting bright light, everyone knew that these were the spiritual bodies of the 5 elements forces. Zi Chen has entered the passage. This time, it's like catching a turtle in a jar. This time, Zi Chen will definitely die. He's just a Jindan essence cultivator. Even if he's a little special, he's no match for us. The 5 spiritual bodies were extremely confident. Although they were in an alliance, they were a little far from each other. When they entered the passage, they were a few meters apart. Entering one after the other, it was obvious that both sides were still vigilant. Chapter 9:12. Almost all the powerhouses of the various factions had arrived in this world. This was a world formed by colorful lights. Occasionally, there would be a few colorful crystals flashing between the heavens and the earth. They were like meteors that streaked across the sky and drifted away. By the time Zi Chen and the demon ape arrived, they could no longer see the other trial takers. He released his powerful spiritual senses and found that everyone was flying in different directions. They were not united at all. However, with his spiritual senses, Zi Chen did not see He Ba and the others. They had been here 1,000 years ago and were very familiar with this world. Naturally, they would know where the heavenly tomes were based on their experience. Just as Zi Chen released his spiritual senses, several figures appeared not far away. When these people saw Zi Chen and the devil ape standing still, they were slightly startled. However, they did not pay attention to the two. Instead, they chose a direction and flew forward. The colorful lights here were the same as when they first entered. For everyone, it was very dangerous. However, there were fewer colorful lights here and they were scattered. As long as they paid attention, they could easily avoid them. A trial taker easily dodged 2 colorful lights. He was slightly absent-minded. When he first entered, he knew that an extremely powerful existence had appeared behind him with his powerful senses. This existence was suspected to be a powerhouse with a spirit body. Zi Chen and the demon ape did not leave. Instead, they stood there. He could not help but wonder if these powerhouses would attack Zi Chen when they arrived. However, Zi Chen clearly did not have a premonition of impending danger and was still standing there. The trial taker turned his head and glanced at Zi Chen. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. At the same time, he was looking forward to seeing if these powerhouses would kill Zi Chen after they appeared. Just as he turned around, the trial taker did not notice that the space in front of him suddenly split open silently. The space was torn apart like a piece of cloth. A spatial fissure appeared, and within the fissure was spatial turbulence. Just as the space was torn apart, the trial taker's figure was also torn apart along with the space. Silently, he was split in 2. He did not even have time to scream. His broken body entered the spatial turbulence and was torn to pieces by the spatial turbulence. This scene was witnessed by those who came later. Their faces immediately palpitated. It was also at this moment that a shrill scream came from the horizon. Be careful. Zi Chen sensed a change in the space beside the devil ape. He grabbed the devil ape and moved away. Just as the two left, a crack silently appeared in the space where the devil ape had been standing. The space here is still unstable. Be careful, Zi Chen reminded. Light flashed behind them, and powerful auras emerged one after another. It was as if an expert had arrived. Zi Chen and the devil ape subconsciously turned their heads and saw 5 rays of light appear in this world. This was the 5-colored light, representing the light of the 5 elements. A powerful aura surged around him. Zi Chen's pupils shrank as he muttered, "Spirit body." The newcomers were spirit bodies unique to the 5 elements aristocratic family. Zi Chen had once killed a spirit body, so logically speaking, he should not have lost his composure and should have been calm. However, the truth was that after Zi Chen saw the 5 of them, his expression immediately changed. Spirit body of the human origin stage. The devil ape's exclamation also sounded a little hoarse. The newcomers were spirits, but they were in the human origin stage. If they were at the same level, Zi Chen wouldn't be afraid, but now that they were in the human origin stage, Zi Chen was confident that he could fight one-on-one. However, now that the 5 of them had appeared at the same time, he naturally wouldn't give Zi Chen a chance to fight one-on-one. After the 5 of them appeared, their gazes fell on Zi Chen, murderous intent surging in their eyes. Let's go. Zi Chen glanced at the 5 of them, and at the same time, his gaze fell on a certain spot in the void. His figure flashed, and he went far away with the devil ape. After him. Seeing Zichen leave, the five of them looked at each other and turned into streaks of light to chase after him. Zichen's departure wasn't aimless. He had released his spiritual senses earlier and sensed the auras of many challengers in this direction. Obviously, they had seen Hei-Ba and the others after they appeared, so he chased after them. Damn it, how could this be? While flying, Zichen was also cursing angrily. It was really unexpected that so many strong people had come. After the five of them appeared, the devil ape had also told him that there were still people hiding in the dark. Those people weren't killers, but strong people. Since he dared to use his concealment technique in front of 5 spiritual bodies, the other party's strength must not be weak. This made Zichen's expression extremely ugly. With so many powerhouses appearing, it was almost impossible to successfully obtain the heavenly book this time. In the process of flying at high speed, there were colorful crystals in the sky from time to time. These colorful crystals were very fast, like sharp blades that cut through the air. Zichen released a strong spiritual sense, which turned into a big net and instantly covered a piece of the crystal. Then, the devil ape reached out to grab the colorful crystal. A black light lingered on the crystal like a shackle, and the colorful crystal slowed down. Zichen's figure flashed, and he forcibly resisted the 2 colorful lights beside the crystal and held it in his hand. Holding the crystal in his hand, Zichen sensed that it contained a strong and pure spiritual sense. Zichen reached out and let the crystal appear in his palm. Then, his spiritual sense entered the colorful crystal to investigate. As soon as his spiritual sense entered, the pure spiritual sense in the crystal attached itself to Zichen's spiritual sense. Zichen's spiritual sense was actively absorbing the spiritual sense, and soon his spiritual sense grew stronger. This discovery made Zichen's face instantly become wild with joy. Obviously, the colorful crystal was a kind of thing that could strengthen spiritual sense. It had an incredible magical effect, just like the soul melting pill. Quick, get more colorful crystals. This is a treasure that can strengthen spiritual sense. Zichen withdrew his spiritual sense and said to the devil ape, looking a little excited. The devil ape's spiritual sense wasn't weak either. It had previously sensed the changes in Zichen's spiritual sense. After hearing Zichen's words, the 2 of them soared into the sky again and grabbed at the second colorful crystal. The rainbow-colored crystal was very fast, like a meteor. In addition to its speed, the rainbow-colored crystal also contained an extremely strong impact force. If this impact force hit a trial taker, it was very likely that it would pierce through their body and leave a bloody hole in their body. If they were unlucky and were hit in the head, there was no chance of survival. Even though Zichen had a perfect body, he appeared very careful when collecting the colorful crystal. Although the perfect body was powerful and could block the colorful crystal's attack, it could only block the body, not the head. This crystal was fast, powerful, and almost flawless. The only way to successfully stop it was to use spiritual senses. The speed of spiritual senses was faster than elemental energy, and it was easier to control. Spiritual senses could wrap around the crystal and slow it down. Coupled with the devil ape's innate divine power, it could be quickly obtained. While Zichen and the demonic ape were flying, they began to obtain the colorful crystal stones. Because of that, the speed of the 2 of them began to decrease. Along the way, the eyes of some trial takers flashed when they saw Zichen and the devil ape picking the crystals. They wanted to get some crystals, but their spiritual senses were weak and their speed was slow. It was very difficult for them to obtain a crystal. A powerful trial taker took out a human-level weapon. He controlled the weapon and blocked a colorful crystal that was coming at him at high speed. Ding! The crystal flew past like an arrow leaving a bow. It landed on the weapon with a loud bang. A powerful force was emitted and the trial taker was instantly sent flying. A crack appeared on the human-level weapon in his hand. However, the trial taker's block greatly reduced the speed of the crystal. After flying a few miles, it landed on the ground. The trial taker hurriedly went forward to pick up the crystal. After feeling the extraordinariness of the crystal, he shouted loudly, "This is a spiritual sense crystal. It contains extremely pure spiritual sense power and can improve spiritual sense. This shout attracted the attention of many trial takers. As they moved forward, their minds flickered. After that, they tried their best to get some spiritual sense crystals. A trial taker wanted to imitate the previous trial taker and take out a human-level weapon to block the crystal. The spiritual sense crystal was so fast that it directly penetrated the human-level weapon. Without slowing down, it passed through the trial taker's body. The spiritual sense crystal's trajectory was not fixed. It was very likely that it would change midway. Its speed was also very fast. Another trial taker wanted to block it with his human-level weapon. However, at the critical moment, the spiritual sense crystal's trajectory suddenly changed and it went straight for his head. At such a close distance, the trial taker had no time to react. His head was directly penetrated and he died. This situation was not rare. Several powerful trial takers had died here. When the 5 spirit bodies arrived, they happened to see Zi Chen and the demon ape hunting for spiritual sense crystals. This made their expressions change slightly. They could not figure out where Zi Chen's confidence came from. He knew that he was being chased, but he did not run away. Instead, he was looking for treasures here. Could it be that treasures were more important than his life? They were in the air and their bodies stopped. During this time, the spirit body that was emitting green light suddenly twisted and moved 2 meters to the side like lightning. As soon as he moved, the space where he was standing was torn apart and a huge crack appeared. At this moment, the 5 of them were in the air. Their bodies were moving in a small area, dodging the colorful lights and the cracks that appeared. However, their eyes all fell on Zi Chen. Zi Chen naturally saw the 5 of them, but he did not react at all. He continued to look for crystals and absorb crystals. It was as if he had completely ignored the 5 of them. Among the 5 elements, fire was the most violent. Zi Chen's indifferent attitude made the Hue clan's spirit body extremely unhappy. He shouted loudly, and it was as if there was an explosion of thunder between heaven and earth. Then, he turned into a ball of fire and rushed towards Zi Chen. The Hue clan's spirit body rushed forward like a flaming meteor. Wherever he passed, ripples appeared in the space as a destructive force raged. Seeing this, Zi Chen's expression did not change. However, a trace of ridicule flashed in his eyes. He said angrily, "Are you an idiot? There are so many treasures here, but you don't want to waste them. Instead, you come looking for trouble with me." The Hue clan's spirit body shouted, "Die." Zi Chen said angrily, "I think the one who should die is you. There are treasures here, but you don't want to waste them. You deserve to be struck by lightning." Just as Zi Chen finished speaking, thunder suddenly exploded in the sky. Then, thousands of lightning bolts raged in the sky as thunder rumbled. Chapter 9:13. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky, but they didn't land on the Hue clan's spiritual body. Instead, they merged into a giant thunder stamp. The thunder stamp flashed with runes engraved on it. There were thunder dragons coiling around it, releasing a surge of thunder power. This was the power of the heavenly thunder, which was far more powerful than the thunder tribulation of cultivators. As soon as the thunder stamp appeared, it attacked the Hue clan's spiritual body. Child's play. The Hue clan's spiritual body saw the thunder stamp above his head and sneered. He then attacked. A pillar of fire went straight for the thunder stamp. The two collided, and the energy vibrated. Boom! The thunder stamp above his head dispersed with a boom. The terrifying pillar of fire also exploded, and the violent energy surged. After the first attack, Zi Chen didn't attack again. Instead, he flew away with the demon ape. When the energy dissipated, the Hue clan's spiritual body saw this and immediately shouted, "Stop." His shout was useless. Zi Chen wouldn't stop. Zi Chen, who was rushing forward, spread out his spiritual sense, covering every inch within 100 meters. Whenever there was a colorful crystal within 100 meters, Zi Chen would cooperate with the demon ape to get it as quickly as possible. Of course, because of the dense spiritual sense in the surroundings, any movement in the space here would be automatically detected. In terms of the number of spiritual senses, Zi Chen couldn't compare with the spiritual body because they were all in the human origin realm. As spiritual bodies, their spiritual senses were extremely powerful. They could almost be called the strongest spiritual senses among those in the same realm. However, in terms of the quality of spiritual senses, Zichen was far better than the others. Although he was only practicing the remnants of the art of spiritual cultivation, it was still something from the heavenly book, so it was definitely extraordinary. Zichen and the demonic ape left in a flash. Along the way, they would deliberately take detours to collect the multicolored crystals one after another. Behind them, the Hue clan's spiritual body was chasing after them, shouting loudly, "Forget it. Let him leave. This multicolored crystal is indeed a good thing. It will be of great use to us as well." A spirit body that was surrounded by golden light spoke, stopping the Hue clan's spirit body. It was unrealistic for them to catch up with Zichen at this rate. Moreover, they were already here. The most important thing for them was to get the other page of the heavenly book. As for the matter of Zichen, they could put it aside for now. Zichen isn't easy to kill. If we make a move now, we'll waste a lot of time. During this time, the other page of the heavenly book might end up in someone else's hands, said the spiritual body of the Mu clan. Are we really going to let Zichen go just like that? The voice of the Hue clan's spiritual body was filled with anger. The Jin family spiritual body smiled and said, "How is that possible? We'll just let him live a little longer. When we get the heavenly tomes of this place, it won't be too much to kill him." The Hue clan's spiritual body snorted and didn't say anything else. At this moment, a multicolored crystal flew over his head. His body flashed, and the flames around him surged toward the multicolored crystal like a tide. The exploding flames became as gentle as water at this moment, but they were also extremely resilient. They wrapped around the multicolored crystal at lightning speed, forcefully slowing it down, and then dragged it back. If Zichen was here, he would definitely be shocked by this move of the Hue clan's spiritual body. It was obvious that the spiritual body's control of Yuan power had reached an extremely high level. This level of control was simply beyond the reach of the current Zichen. With the multicolored crystal in hand, the Hue clan's spiritual body released his spiritual senses. He didn't pay much attention to it at first, but after sensing the uniqueness of the crystal, a ray of light flashed across his eyes. He exclaimed, "Such pure Yuan power. It's almost close to perfect Yuan power." The Jin clan's spiritual body nodded. "Yes, it's comparable to perfect Yuan power. It's almost flawless. Through these spiritual bodies, we can be sure that there's a perfect spirit cultivation technique here." Flames flashed in the eyes of the Hue clan's spiritual body. He said loudly, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and collect more crystals. Even if we don't have the spirit cultivation technique, just by absorbing these spiritual crystal stones, we can transform our origin energy again." The others nodded one after another. Then, as they rushed forward, they began to collect spiritual crystals. Because they were chasing after Zichen's footsteps, and Zichen was a person who didn't waste anything, there weren't many spiritual crystals left behind along the way. This style of not leaving even a single blade of grass behind made the 5 of them extremely angry. However, they had no choice but to split up and fly further away, searching for spiritual crystals as they advanced. In front of them, Zichen and the devil ape's harvest was not small. Moreover, after a long time, the 5 people behind them still hadn't caught up. Zichen also deliberately slowed down, trying his best to collect as many spiritual crystals as possible. As they moved forward, Zichen saw more and more trial takers. This was because the road ahead was getting more and more difficult to walk. First, there were more colorful lights. Every colorful light was equivalent to an extremely powerful spiritual attack. When these spiritual attacks landed on the trial takers' bodies, their spiritual senses would be damaged if they were lucky, and they would die if they were unlucky. Zichen's spiritual senses were of extremely high quality, but when he saw some colorful lights, his expression would change and he would dodge. In addition to the colorful lights, the space here became even more unstable. The space was torn apart like a piece of cloth, revealing scenes of spatial turbulence everywhere. Moreover, the speed of the spatial turbulence was even faster. As they went deeper, there were more spiritual crystals. However, The speed of the spiritual crystals was like a bolt of lightning. When they reached this place, the trial takers were afraid that they wouldn't be able to dodge in time. Therefore, very few people took the initiative to collect them. Everyone's speed dropped drastically. Although it wasn't to the point where it was difficult to walk, compared to when they were originally flying in a straight line, everyone was now walking carefully. Their speed had dropped by more than 100 times. Be careful, devil ape. The spiritual crystals whistled past their ears. The attack power was very frightening. Zichen had to remind the devil ape to be careful. The dragon soul spear appeared in Zichen's hand, and the devil ape took out its black rod. These two weapons were not ordinary weapons. At a critical moment, they could be used to block the attack of the spiritual crystals. At this moment, there were no more than 5 people in the group who dared to collect the spiritual crystals. Zichen and the devil ape were 2 of the 5 people. The assassins who were originally hiding in the dark all revealed themselves at this moment. They carefully avoided the colorful lights, the crystals, and the spatial rifts. Not long after, a powerful aura appeared behind them. When this powerful aura descended, no one turned their heads to look. This was because everyone's attention was focused on the front. They didn't have time to look behind. Zichen and the devil ape didn't turn around because they already knew who was coming. The 5 spirit bodies arrived again, but they didn't shout like before. After arriving at this densely populated area, they obediently landed and walked forward step by step. However, the 5 of them were very strong. When they approached, they still had the energy to collect the spiritual crystals. Everyone moved forward cautiously. Even so, along the way, there were 1 or 2 unlucky people who died. The mournful screams made everyone's hair stand on end. In this state of caution, everyone moved forward for more than 10 miles. After moving forward for more than 10 miles, the danger didn't decrease. Instead, it increased a lot. Moreover, the deeper they went, the more dangerous it became. After another 10 miles, everyone finally arrived at the edge of this dangerous area. However, when they saw what was in front of them, everyone's eyes widened. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. In front of them, there were colorful lights. They looked like a large group of colorful clouds. They also looked like monstrous waves. There were piles of spiritual crystals. Each pile had hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of them. These colorful lights and crystals no longer moved forward. Instead, they revolved around each other, forming a large circle that stood between heaven and earth. Of course, it was very appropriate to call it a colorful light ball. The colorful light ball was rotating at a high speed. As it rotated, some colorful lights would be shaken out. The shaken colorful lights would move forward in a straight line, becoming the colorful lights that everyone saw before. In addition, the spiritual crystals that were shaken out would become the spiritual crystals that everyone had collected before. Rumbling sounds continued to be heard. Everything was like a storm. However, unlike the previous storm, this storm was round. It was as round as a ball. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the colorful light ball in front of them in disbelief. Looking at it as a whole, it looked like a huge ball. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that there were many small colorful light balls in this huge ball. These small spheres could be formed by a cluster of colorful lights and 3 to 5 piles of spiritual thought crystals to form a sphere that was dozens of meters in diameter. Or, more colorful lights and more spiritual thought crystals to form a sphere that was hundreds of meters in diameter. Inside the giant sphere, there were many smaller spheres. They were all rotating in the same trajectory as the giant sphere. Through the gaps left behind by the rotation of the spiritual thought crystals, everyone could see that in every circle, there was a piece of jade that was emitting a brilliant light. When everyone saw the jade pieces, they were extremely shocked and puzzled. However, when Zichen and the devil ape saw the jade pieces, their bodies shook. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. With just a glance, the 2 of them found that the jade pieces in the circle were similar to the 2 jade pieces that they had obtained from Mr. Wu. As for the 2 jade pieces, one was an extraordinary dual cultivation method, and the other was a fragment of the spiritual cultivation method. At this moment, there were so many jade pieces here. This made Zi Chen wonder if there was something extraordinary in these jade pieces. No one who could come here was an ordinary person. Everyone naturally saw the jade pieces. To be able to be protected by so many colorful lights and spiritual crystals, this jade piece was naturally extraordinary. Everyone's hearts moved. Look, hey Ba and the others. The devil ape pointed to a huge circle in the distance and shouted. Zi Chen turned his head and saw Hey Ba and Bai He. The two of them had entered the huge ball and were wandering outside a small ball. They were trying to pass through the layers of colorful lights and spiritual crystals to enter the ball. In addition, Zi Chen also saw people from other local forces. They all stopped here. Several of them had entered the small ball and were carefully approaching the jade pieces inside. Even the people from the local forces stopped and began to have ideas about the jade pieces. Naturally, no one would foolishly move forward. So, everyone ran toward a circle. During this time, there was another exclamation. Chapter 9:14. At the boundary between this area and the sphere, there was a layer of invisible light curtain. This light curtain was a kind of law. This law had no lethality or blocking power. Obviously, it was just to form this strange place. This place was very strange, so it was normal to have the power of law. Moreover, in such a strange place, it would be strange if no one found the power of law. Everyone slowly walked forward and entered the barrier of laws, reaching the sphere's boundary. As soon as he entered, he heard a deafening sound. The entire sphere was spinning, and it was as if the entire world was spinning. Colorful lights, crystals, and dazzling lights appeared. They were gorgeous and dazzling, but they also contained a formless killing intent. Zi Chen and the devil ape also walked in. There was an area with a width of more than 20 meters around the sphere. It could be considered a safe zone. Other than the colorful lights and crystals that occasionally shot out, there were no other dangers. After everyone arrived, they looked at the many small spheres. After thinking for a while, they went to find their target. In an instant, 6 people moved. All 6 of them were Xiantian warriors. The movement skills they displayed were very mysterious. They could move like lightning in a small area. They bypassed the colorful lights and approached the sphere. During this time, they dodged several spiritual thought crystals that shot out. The others weren't in a hurry to rush forward. Instead, they all looked at the 6 people. Among the 6 people, there was a Xiantian realm martial artist wearing a blue battle armor who was the fastest. His luck was also extremely good. In just 3 breaths of time, he arrived outside of a small sphere. At this moment, the rotating sphere was 30 meters in size. There were many open spaces in it. If one seized the opportunity, they would be able to flash in. Seeing the situation, everyone was suddenly envious. Obviously, the other party could find such an easy-to-enter ball in such a short time. Moreover, his speed seemed to be approaching that of the local forces that had arrived first. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. As the sphere rotated, it shot out a large number of colorful lights. Among the colorful lights, there were many spiritual thought crystals, densely packed like raindrops. The expression of the trial challenger in armor suddenly changed. Light flashed under his feet, and he retreated like a bolt of lightning. However, his speed was far from being comparable to the colorful lights and spiritual thought crystals. Many rainbow-colored lights and spiritual will crystals landed on the other party's body. A series of popping sounds rang out as the rainbow-colored lights enveloped the other party. With a flash, the spiritual will crystals pierced through the other party's body, causing many bloody holes to appear. By the time this trial taker landed in a safe zone in the periphery, his body had already been turned into a sieve by the crystals. As for his vitality, it had long been extinguished by the colorful light. The blue battle armor that had originally protected him had been shattered beyond recognition. A Xiantian realm martial artist had died just like that. Everyone's expression immediately changed. At this moment, the other 5 people were also attacked by the multicolored light and the spiritual thought crystal. Popping sounds rang out again. When the colorful light and the crystal were far away, 2 more people fell down. The remaining 3 people successfully retreated, but 2 of them were seriously injured. There were a few bloody holes on their bodies, but fortunately, they were not hit in the head. 6 people went forward, and 3 of them returned without success. 3 people died, and this made the others feel a lot heavier. After that, no one rashly went forward. Instead, they stayed in a safe area and carefully observed the sphere. During this time, other people arrived one after another. There was no way to hide here, so all the powerhouses showed up. In addition to the 5-element spirit body, Zi-Chen also saw a young man with a sword on his back. The moment Zi-Chen saw him, he had an illusion that he was looking at a glowing sword. After seeing the 5-element spirit body, there was not much shock or surprise on this person's face. Obviously, he had already known of the other party's existence. Moreover, from the other party's indifferent expression, Zi-Chen could feel that he was not afraid of the 5 people. The arrival of the 5-element spirit body successfully attracted a lot of exclamations. At this moment, seeing the sword-carrying man, exclamations rang out again. Genshin, the sword sect's Genshin is also here. Amidst the exclamations, Zi-Chen found out the identity of this person. He was actually the most powerful existence in the sword sect, and Genshin was an existence comparable to a spirit body. The people of the sword sect walked towards the sword-carrying man and called him senior brother. The sword-carrying man nodded and inadvertently glanced at Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen saw a cold sword intent in his eyes. After that, the sword-carrying man's gaze turned to the front and looked at the balls. After Genshin, another tall man walked in. He did not look as strong as a physique cultivator, but his body was full of strength. His vertical pupils were flamboyant and domineering. The tyrant body of the Tyrant Dao clan also came. After he came in, his strange eyes fell on the balls, and his face showed great interest. After that, another black-clothed man walked in. This was an extremely ordinary black-clothed man. After he came in, he did not cause any exclamations. However, whether it was the 5-element spirit body, the tyrant body, or Genshin, all of them looked at him. The strong people arrived one after another, but they did not start fighting. Everyone's eyes swept over Zi-Chen. They were either cold, unkind, or blatant greedy. But now, collecting the jade pieces in the balls was the most important thing, and no one had the time to fight. With the previous example, everyone was no longer impulsive. Instead, they quietly looked at the balls. During this time, Zi-Chen and the devil ape were carefully watching the trajectory of a ball that was close to 50 meters in size. Everyone did not move for a long time. As they stared at the balls, their sea of consciousness was also constantly deducing. Buzz. Suddenly, a vibration came from one of the balls. The vibration attracted everyone's attention. As they looked over, they saw a native force reach the center of the ball and grab the jade piece. After the jade piece was in his hand, the whole ball began to vibrate as if it had lost its center of gravity. The ball's trajectory began to slow down, and the colorful light in it began to dissipate. The spiritual stones also became loose. The loosened spiritual thought stones had lost their lethality and were easily taken away by this local force. Seeing Hei-Ba take away all the spiritual stones, Zi-Chen's eyes flashed. Beside him, the devil ape said, "Do you want to go and rob him?" Zi-Chen pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, let him live for a while." Before this, Zi-Chen had been looking at one of the balls. At this moment, with the help of his spiritual thoughts, he had a general idea. He signaled the devil ape to stay here, then his figure flashed and turned into a beam of light to go forward. Unexpectedly, as soon as Zi-Chen moved, someone not far away also moved. It was the spiritual body of the Hua clan. It unexpectedly chose the same ball as Zi-Chen. The two of them displayed mysterious footwork in the air, one after another, dodging the colorful light and the spiritual stones that were shot at them. After a few breaths, they arrived outside the ball. The two of them did not rush into the ball but stood outside. They looked at each other and saw the cold light in each other's eyes. Looking at each other, the two of them did not speak or move. They just stood there motionless. This exchange of gazes lasted for about 5 breaths. After 5 breaths, the spiritual body of the Hua clan snorted coldly. Its figure flashed and took advantage of the hole in the ball to enter. Just as the spiritual body of the Hua clan entered, a large cloud of colorful light appeared behind Zi-Chen. There were also spiritual stones that were as dense as raindrops. A large wave of colorful light swept towards Zichen, causing a series of exclamations to ring out. Facing the attack from behind, Zichen seemed to have already noticed it. He did not retreat or dodge, but instead flew forward. At this moment, the trajectory of his flight was completely following the trajectory of the ball. From a distance, it seemed that there were many colorful lights following behind Zichen. However, after Zichen flew 100 meters according to the trajectory, the colorful lights broke away from the trajectory and flew outside. Zichen's dodging method was extremely surprising, but not everyone could imitate it. This was because Zichen had the world's fastest speed and could guarantee that he would be faster than the colorful lights for a short period of time. However, the others could not. At this moment, the other experts also moved one after another. They found their respective targets and left in a flash. For a time, several lights flashed. However, those who dared to move at this moment were all powerhouses comparable to the spiritual body of the Hua clan. The others still did not dare to rashly move forward. Zichen circled around the ball but did not enter it. During this time, his eyes were fixed on a certain part of the ball. At the same time, the high-quality spiritual thoughts in his sea of consciousness simulated the rotation of the ball. From the ball, the Hua clan's spiritual body's proud and disdainful voice sounded. He said to Zichen, "This jade piece is mine. As for you, go wherever you want to go." Zichen was not angry. He did not even blink. He was unmoved. In his sea of consciousness, the simulated ball was rapidly rotating. As the ball rotated, the ball in Zichen's sea of consciousness emitted a large amount of colorful light and spiritual stones. Just as the simulation in Zichen's sea of consciousness was completed, the colorful light and spiritual stones appeared behind Zichen again. This time, Zichen still rushed forward and rotated around the ball at extreme speed. However, under the perception of his spiritual thoughts, he found that there were more colorful lights than the real ones. However, to be able to deduce the trajectory of the ball in such a short period of time, Zichen was indeed extraordinary. Under everyone's gaze, Zichen stood outside the ball. Every time a colorful light appeared, he would be the first to dodge. However, dodging at the periphery was useless as he did not enter the depths. During this time, the Hua clan's spiritual body had already dodged deeper and was about to reach the jade piece. "I'm about to get the jade piece. You don't have to deliberately deduce it. This is a physical task, not a mental one." The Hua clan's spiritual body continued to mock. Zichen, who had been unmoved, suddenly smiled. He turned to look at the Hua clan's spiritual body and said, "Is that so? A physical task, but why do I feel that this is a mental task?" Just as they were chatting, a silver light flashed on Zichen's back. The heavenly thunder wings appeared. Then, he flapped them and flew forward. Chapter 9:15. Zichen's eyes were fixed on the big ball in front of him. In his sea of consciousness, the ball in his mind was already the same as the one in front of him. As the ball changed, the ball in Zichen's sea of consciousness would also change accordingly. It could be said that in a short period of time, Zichen had completely understood the trajectory of the big ball. Now, he was waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to rush in. Just as the ball in his sea of consciousness rotated to a certain point, Zichen saw an empty door in the huge ball. This empty door was huge and could go straight into the depths. The thunder wings on Zichen's back suddenly began to vibrate dozens of times. This was a high-frequency vibration, which directly led to a hurricane. After that, a strong thrust appeared behind Zichen. At the same time, a bright silver light flashed around Zichen's body. When the empty door of the ball in reality was facing him, he used the thrust and the world's fastest speed to force his way in. This rush did not circle forward, but rushed in a straight line, which immediately caused an uproar. In the eyes of the crowd, this kind of forceful charge was simply courting death. However, not only did Zichen not die, but he also used an extremely fast speed to enter the depths and reach the side of the jade piece. From beginning to end, he had used less than a breath of time. This speed left everyone speechless, but what was even more shocking and difficult to accept was that Zichen had not encountered any attacks while he had been in a straight line. The monster ape had been using the delusion breaker eye to carefully observe Zichen's every move. Among everyone, it was probably the only one who could clearly see the trajectory of Zichen's entry. Zichen did not enter in a straight line, but moved in a small slanted range. During this period, he avoided several attacks and used his body to withstand several attacks before reaching the side of the jade piece. Zichen's speed was extremely fast. In less than a breath, he reached the side of the jade piece. However, when he flapped his wings, the other two also exerted their strength to resist several attacks and reached the side of the jade piece. The three of them almost arrived at the same time. After getting close, they grabbed the jade piece together. When one hand grabbed the jade piece, the other hand was not idle. Instead, it gathered strength to launch a strong attack. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but the mighty body and the spirit body attacked Zichen at the same time. It could be considered as a temporary alliance. A glaring light flashed, and a terrifying aura surged, wanting to kill Zichen. However, Zichen didn't dodge this attack. The lightning wings on his back suddenly curled up, protecting Zichen. During this time, Zichen didn't hesitate and directly grabbed the jade piece. In the end, Zichen was a step faster. He grabbed the jade piece before the other two, but at that moment, the other two attacks landed on Zichen. Zichen's speed was indeed fast, but in exchange, he didn't counterattack or defend. He could be considered to be taking these two attacks head-on, using his life to seize the treasure. Just as Zichen grabbed hold of the jade piece, two attacks landed on his lightning wings, causing two loud explosions to ring out. After which, Zichen's body flew backwards. As he flew backwards, he was attacked by hundreds of crystal stones that had slowed down his speed. Peng 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 sounds continuously rang out. Even so, his hand still tightly gripped onto the jade piece. This kind of stubbornness towards treasures really made one blush with shame. After the jade piece was taken away, the spinning sphere immediately slowed down. This time, it slowed down even faster than before. This also caused Zichen to suffer hundreds of attacks, but the power was not as strong as before. The eyes of Ba and the others suddenly blazed. Their eyes were fixed on the sky, full of expectation. It was as if a miracle was about to happen in the next moment. Right now, right now. Their expressions were extremely excited. Their 1,000-year wait was about to be verified if it was worth it. Two huge forces landed on the lightning wings, sending Zichen flying at the same time. However, Zichen didn't suffer any fatal injuries as everyone imagined. The Lightning Clan's supreme treasure, the heavenly lightning wings, blocked at least 60% of the force for him. The remaining 40% was nothing to a perfect body. As for the crystal attacks, due to their greatly reduced speed, Zichen didn't suffer any serious injuries. Furthermore, while Zichen was retreating, he took the opportunity to collect dozens of spiritual perception crystals. Only when Zichen flew out of the sphere did everyone react. Zichen had unbelievably obtained the jade piece despite taking action later. This left everyone taken aback. Having the jade piece snatched away by Zichen in an instant, the overlord body and spirit body felt like they had lost face. Their expressions turned gloomy. Existences like them valued their reputation greatly. Therefore, when the jade piece was taken away, their eyes flashed with anger. However, they didn't take away the spiritual perception crystals that were of great use to them. On this point, the two of them had very different personalities from Zichen and Monk. If it were Zichen and Monk, even if they couldn't obtain the jade piece, they couldn't go empty-handed. They would definitely get some spiritual perception crystals. However, to Zichen, it was a good thing to encounter such existences who valued their reputation and pride. He flew backward, and just as he stabilized himself, he went forward again. After going forward, Zichen began to wantonly collect the spiritual perception crystals. It had to be said that these spiritual perception crystals were the most numerous among all the spheres. Zichen was happily collecting the crystals, so he didn't notice that the experts around him who were in a state of shock were waking up from their shock and surrounding him. With the disappearance of all the light spheres, there was no more danger here. Even the outside world was no longer dangerous. Everyone could walk around without fear. When the light spheres disappeared, the heavenly book didn't appear. However, there was a page of the heavenly book on Zichen. Therefore, at this moment, everyone's attention was on Zichen. Zichen was happily collecting the spiritual perception crystals. When he noticed the situation around him, he was already surrounded. There were so many experts around him. Once all of them attacked, Zichen could be killed in one blow. However, Zichen wasn't afraid because he wouldn't stand there stupidly and let others kill him. Hand over the heavenly book and I'll let you die quickly. The Hua clan's spiritual body was the first to speak. His voice was cold and his face was full of killing intent. Zichen looked at him and said sarcastically, I thought you would say that if I hand over the heavenly book, you would spare my life. The Hua clan's spiritual body said coldly, you're dreaming. If you kill me, you can only use your life to atone for your crime. Zichen ignored the Hua clan's spiritual body and looked around at the other experts. He then asked, you guys want to kill me too? The five elements' spiritual body didn't say anything. Cold light flashed in their eyes and the killing intent surging around them had already explained everything. The overlord body smiled and said, we have no enmity with you. Just hand over the heavenly book. We can spare your life, but you have to leave the item behind. The youth with the heart of the sword also said, that's right. We only want the heavenly book and we won't kill you. Zichen looked at the two of them and said seriously, but if you want my heavenly book, it's like wanting my life. If you want to take my resources, it's like taking my life. You guys still want to kill me? The overlord body spread his hands and said, since that's what you think and say, then we have no choice but to kill you. Facing the killing intent surging around him, Zichen's expression didn't change. There was even a faint smile on his face. He said to the crowd, our purpose is actually the same. We all want the heavenly book. However, don't you find it strange that the heavenly book hasn't appeared yet? Moreover, those people from the local forces aren't anxious at all. They didn't follow you guys to kill me. After Zichen was surrounded, he had been paying attention to Hei Ba and the others with his spiritual senses. He found that their emotions were fluctuating and they were looking at the sky. However, when he scanned with his spiritual senses, there was nothing above his head. It was empty. When Zichen spoke, everyone subconsciously glanced at Hei Ba and the others. Although Hei Ba and the others deliberately avoided the crowd, it was still discovered that their gazes were fixed on the sky. However, there was nothing in the sky and there was nothing unusual with the spiritual senses. Out of curiosity, everyone subconsciously raised their heads. It didn't matter if they didn't raise their heads. Once they did, their bodies trembled. Then, their expressions changed dramatically. Some were excited, some were ecstatic. In the sky, a golden light slowly descended. This shining golden light was like a piece of paper, but also like flowing water. It emitted an intoxicating light. This golden light could only be seen with the eyes. Spiritual senses couldn't detect it. Moreover, even if one used their eyes, they could only see a vague outline. On the surface of the golden light, the power of the rules was surging. This is the heavenly book. The heavenly book has appeared. The heavenly book has appeared. It's definitely the heavenly book. It's exactly the same as the one that the aboriginals gave to Zichen. Then, there was a burst of exclamations. At this moment, everyone completely ignored Zichen and looked at the sky. Their emotions were fluctuating violently. Zichen also took this opportunity to show his extreme speed. He broke away from the crowd's encirclement and stood beside the devil ape. At this moment, the devil ape also raised its head and looked at the heavenly book descending from the sky. The red light in its eyes kept flashing. After seeing the heavenly book, Zichen's face was also filled with surprise. The heavenly book had appeared. It had appeared without any warning. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then, all kinds of lights shone. Rays of light shot up into the sky. One by one, figures rushed towards the heavenly book in the sky. Waves of powerful aura were released. The energy exploded in the sky, surging violently. The destructive energy kept spreading. The energy ripples kept shaking, causing the space to distort. Don't snatch it. Now is not the time to snatch it. The change happened in an instant. Before Hey and the others could finish their words, various attacks had already been launched. They shouted too late. Then, their faces were filled with frustration and annoyance. But more than that, there was anger. This damn guy. Why didn't he wait for the heavenly book to descend before snatching it? Wasn't this the same situation as 1,000 years ago? 1,000 years ago, as newcomers, they had made the same mistake, causing them to miss the heavenly book. 1,000 years later, they had become veterans with experience. But these newcomers had made the same mistake. Sure enough, just as everyone rose into the sky, the heavenly book's trajectory changed due to the surge of energy.